Johnson making his first start of his career against these Cincinnati Reds. One appearance in his career against Cincinnati, 3 nice innings, shutout innings, and he goes to work with that aggressive style that he's had all year.
And he'll go to work against a Reds team that features a lot of speed up top. Willie Taveras leads it off and takes a fastball. Strike one, says Chuck Merriweather. Taveras signed from Colorado. He was a Rocky the last 3 years. 68 stolen bases last year. Chopper towards Bonifacio. One speedy leadoff man throws out the other.
Good guy to keep off the bases. He has 5 steals for Cincinnati. There's a look at the defense with Jeremy Hermida, Cameron Maven, and Cody in the outfield. Bonifacio and Hanley on the left side. Uggs and Cantu, the National League Player of the Week, over on the right side. And handling Big Josh Johnson is John Baker. What a nice game Bake had yesterday in Chicago.
Here is Chris Dickerson. Yeah, Bake was 3 for 4 with a home run, a double, and a single. And Johnson misses outside. Dickerson out of the University of Nevada, 27-year-old. Guy that has kind of climbed through the minors. Slaps one slowly. He can run, so Hanley has to hurry, and he doesn't get him. Ball in the dirt. Cantu couldn't scoop it. And we'll see if it's an error on Hanley or a base hit for Dickerson.
You know, it's an above-average difficult play because Hanley had to charge, pick, and throw. And his throw pulled Cantu a little bit off. Jorge couldn't quite pick it, and Dickerson reaches first. But the ball beat him and should have been an out.
So probably an error on Hanley, and it is. Hanley's first error this season. Joey Votto, the 25-year-old Canadian who was a second-round pick in 2002 and had a big year last year. And has had a big year this year. You know, they're driven in 22 runs.
Few guys, Rich, and we saw the Cubs take advantage of the Marlins and steal some bases. There are a few guys that'll run. Dickerson is one, Taveras is the other, and Brandon Phillips will run.
J.J. to first, and that was close. Dickerson went in standing up.
Boy, he elects to go back without the headfirst dive, and he almost got nailed.
So Votto, a big bat in the Reds lineup. This time he goes back, and he gets in head first. Josh has come close twice to getting Dickerson.
Yeah, I think Dickerson right now thinking to himself, I think I've gotten as far off as I should.
Note to self.
Billy Hatcher, his first base coach, reminding him of that.
Votto has hit well against righties. Last catch and tag.
Very close.
It's a Reds team that is without the big bats from last year. Adam Dunn, Ken Griffey Jr. Ryan Friel is gone from this team. It's gone from a team of big boppers to a team that has an outstanding young rotation and some emerging young stars.
Yeah.
Votto being one, Bruce being another.
Votto, Phillips, Bruce, all guys who are still young enough. Joey Votto just has put up tremendous numbers so far. Second in the league in hitting, fourth in the league in RBIs.
Edinson Volquez, Johnny Cueto, two of the young starters. Runner goes, and Votto rips it into right field. Ross over to pick it up. Dickerson is at third base, and the Reds are set up nicely for Brandon Phillips.
I'm guessing that Dickerson was just on the move. You have a guy like Votto who supplies power and RBIs, probably not going to put the hit and run on, but he gets the base hit, sending Dickerson over to third. And the other thing, you heard Jeff Conine telling you earlier about the work ethic of a guy like Joey Votto. He puts in a lot of time, works hard, and this year so far it's paying off for him.
So the Reds right now have Phillips up. He's one bat that has yet to really get going for Cincinnati. But if his track record is any indication, he will hit. He had 21 homers and drove in 78 runs last year. Doesn't walk much and has good speed. And Josh misses down low with a fastball. Last time out, a no decision for Johnson. It was in New York. The Marlins won that game, and it was against Johan Santana. Josh went 6 innings, 3 runs.
I thought it was an interesting start for him, and I think a start that shows how he's maturing, because he didn't have his best of stuff. He gave up 9 hits in those 6 innings, but he battled, kept the Mets to just 3 runs, and kept his ball club in the game. And that's all you can ask of a starter.
Now, that no decision against the Phillies should have been a win. That no decision against Washington very easily could have been a loss. It's an odd series, a 2-game series against the team out of the division. And then the Braves will be here, and the Marlins and the Braves will play 2 games in less than 24 hours. Wednesday night and then Thursday at noon. Good pitch, and he's out in front 1-2.
Boy, he runs that fastball in and got a piece of the bat, but also got a little piece of Brandon Phillips. He's got him set up for a couple of pitches now. He can go back in, or he can throw that hard slider away.
Dusty Baker's coming out, and he's going to ask Brandon Phillips to make sure he's okay. He's got that pad, Tommy, on that thumb, and that, for hitters, oftentimes when you get jammed, that's the area of the hand that gets hurt the most.
Yeah, right in there. You know, it's something, obviously he's been jammed a lot this year, because it's something you would do more often in cold weather and not on a night where it's 78 degrees at game time. So I guarantee he's had problems with that all year.
It's an odd injury because, you know, the ball doesn't hit that part of your hand, but the vibrations of the bat right in that area between the thumb and the finger.
Dusty satisfied with the call. Dusty Baker in his 2nd year managing these Cincinnati Reds.
And I'm sure that's happened a few times to Dusty.
Yeah, oh yeah.
In his long major league career. Played 19 years in the big leagues. So it's 1-2. That can't feel good as well, and Phillips is still shaking that right hand.
Dusty Baker trying to turn this thing around for Cincinnati. They have had 8 straight losing seasons.
Going back to 2000, when Ken Griffey Jr. arrived, they were 85 and 77. Barry Larkin was the shortstop. It looked like a new era was dawning for the Reds. But Larkin's star kind of faded quickly. Griffey got hurt a lot, and the Reds have not won since. Reds moved into a new ballpark in the process. Struck him out. Johnson gets Phillips.
I'll tell you what I liked about Josh Johnson. We talked about maybe going with the slider, but he had a couple of other avenues to test. He stayed inside after seeing how that one pitch affected Brandon Phillips. He said, okay, I'm going to test that hand or that thumb, whatever's bothering you, see if you go after it. And he just continued to pound him inside.
Another tough hitter to get now, and that's Jay Bruce. Dickerson and Votto at the corners, and Bruce takes a strike. Bruce, the top prospect for the Reds. First round pick, 15th overall when he arrived last year. He was 21 out of Beaumont, Texas. And he fouls that pitch back to the screen. MLB.com called him the top prospect going into last year.
2007 minor league player of the year.
Hit 21 homers and drove in 52 last year in 108 games. Johnson's out in front 0-2. Figures he'd go over and check on Votto. Oh, 2 pitch. Breaking ball. And it stays at 0-2. The Reds just came from Pittsburgh, where they beat the Pirates a couple of times, and they did it with outstanding pitching. 2 shutouts in Pittsburgh. Bronson Arroyo and Johnny Cueto both going 8 innings in those starts. Votto's running, got a good jump, and a high fly ball out to center. That would be Cameron Maybin territory tonight, and he makes the catch. Reds leave a couple, Marlins coming up.
WhatsApp y es presentado por KFC.
Josh Johnson works out of trouble, and so now the Marlins will go to work against Aaron Harang, and they'll do it with this lineup: Emilio Bonifacio, John Baker, Hanley Ramirez, Jorge Cantu, Dan Ugla, Jeremy Hermida, Cody Ross, Cameron Maybin in the 8th spot, and Josh Johnson hits 9th.
Kind of interesting. I mentioned this with Carlos Zambrano yesterday in Chicago, but they're trying to be real careful with Aaron Harang. He spent a little time on the disabled list last year with a forearm strain. He's only been on the DL twice, and he's a big horse. They need him in that rotation.
Bonifacio takes inside, and it's 1-0. Bonifacio in the leadoff spot. Marlins trying to jump out early, something they've been unable to do lately. Up the middle, Phillips is a Gold Glover, and that's a heck of a play. Brandon Phillips.
Well, that's why he's led the National League the last 2 years in fielding percentage as a second baseman. There are the numbers on the 6'7" Aaron Harang. He'll be 31 on May 9th. That's what he's done so far this year. Last year, kind of a year he'd like to forget. He was 6-17. Had that forearm strain that bothered him somewhat. But a good rotation the Reds have.
John Baker takes a fastball for a strike. Bake yesterday. Big day, 3 for 4. Marlins dropping a 6-4 game to the Cubs in Chicago. Harang misses down low. Yesterday, Baker did a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Bake hits some balls well, and this is what he likes to do, up the middle with that base hit. How about the other way with a 2-base hit? And then he decides to go the other way a little bit deeper into the left field seats at Wrigley.
Fastball ties him up, and he fights it off. So Baker starts the night with an average of over 300. 2 homers and 10 RBIs. Marlins have been very pleased with the offensive production they've been able to get out of their catching combination. Ronnie Paulino hitting over 300. He has a homer and 5 RBIs. So 3 homers, 15 RBIs out of the catchers.
Good numbers from that duo.
Baker was looking for something other than that, which was a fastball right down the middle.
Let's see how that defense looks for the Reds with Dickerson in left field and Taveras and Bruce. Good speed in the outfield. Adam Rosales, we'll talk a little bit about him. Alex Gonzalez, we don't need to tell you a whole lot about Gonzo. Phillips and Votto, and veteran Ramon Hernandez doing the catching. A good addition to the Cincinnati Reds team.
So here is Hanley. Wow! Get out of here, ball. 1-0.
That's a quick one. Well, earlier we showed you last year in May when the Marlins were at Great American Ballpark. Hanley, Dan Uggla, Jeremy Hermida all went deep off Aaron Harang. Hanley Ramirez is now 7 for 19. 4 home runs against Harang, and took a fastball out of here as quick as it can get.
So the Marlins jump out to a 1-0 lead, and here is Cantu, fresh off being named the National League Player of the Week. Fouls that pitch back, and much deserving for the guy they call Georgie.
Look at that, 14 RBIs for the week, 4 long balls, 346 average, and pretty much was the only hot hitter the Marlins had.
He hit 365 in April. That's the second highest April average in club history, behind Mike Lowell's 385 back in 2002. Good breaking ball by Harang. And it's 1-2. And certainly Cantu will get some recognition as All-Star voting has begun online at MLB.com. Both first basemen in this ball game will be getting recognition. That's a tough position in the National League to get any traction in, though, when you've got Albert Pujols in St. Louis.
Yeah, and you have a Derek Lee in Chicago.
Ryan Howard.
It's tough. Hey, by the way, Hanley's last home run was April 10th against the Mets.
Breaking ball. Cantu hits it in the hole at short. Gonzo, sweeping throw. Yeah, he can play as well. He probably should have won a Gold Glove in his time. The Marlins settle for a long ball and lead it 1-0. quick start. Hanley Ramirez, a rocket of a home run, and a 1-0 lead as the Fish lead the Reds right now, 1-0. Josh Johnson has a lead to work with. Ramon Hernandez, Adam Rosales, and Alex Gonzalez scheduled for the Reds on a big night here at Dolphin Stadium. Big because the Marlins are back home. Cantu with a nice stop and a flip to Josh Johnson. And also much bigger because we are joined by one of the largest Marlins fans outside of South Florida. Regis Philbin is with us now. Welcome to the booth.
Everybody wonders why I'm such a Marlins fan. You know, I appreciate teams that really start from scratch, that have low salaries. Because up in New York, you know, I'm a big Yankee fan, but I just, the millions of dollars that go out, you get very little results these days. But anyway, I'm with the Marlins. I discovered them last year at spring practice, and boy, they had a great season. Kind of folded a little bit near the end, but then off to a fast start this year with 11-1.
You know, and we picked up on that because we watched some of your show last year and saw you and Kelly talking about the Marlins.
That's
and,
right.
And again this year in spring training, you were talking about
That's
them.
right, yeah.
And you've kind of agonized with this club because the 11-1 start.
Oh God!
And then to drop 7 in a row.
Killer! It was killing me. You know, I mean, and these home runs with the bases loaded that are doing us in on the 8th inning. Come on, do something about it.
Hey, does it kill you that Kelly's a Mets fan?
Well, you know, she was a Mets fan, and then her neighbor was Willie Randolph.
Okay.
In New Jersey for years, and then they fell in love with each other. And then, of course, Willie somehow, you know, lost the job and had to go to Milwaukee. So she's holding it against the Mets ever since. But I'm trying to get her over to the Marlins.
Hey, you said when you stepped in the booth that every kid's dream is to be a sportscaster.
Oh,
Did you ever have that dream?
Oh, absolutely. You know, growing up in New York City, we had Mel Allen, Red Barber, Connie Desmond, Vince Scully. Do you remember these people at all?
I do. I sure do.
And as a little kid, to call those balls and strikes on a hot summer night, you know, with no air conditioning.
I can't believe that you haven't done that you've done so much in your career.
Well, I've done football, but I've never called a baseball game, no.
You want to call some of this one?
There's a throw to first base back in time.
Yeah. See, that's
Josh
good.
Johnson keeping his eye on that guy. Marlins leading 1-0 in the second inning.
Good, gave the score right away.
You got to keep in touch with the people, Tommy.
That's right. That's right.
Well, what is it like to go on the road with the team? And, you know, I mean, you become part of the whole.
It's fun, except we've been on the road, it seems like, for the last month.
That was a long stretch, wasn't it?
And we're going back on the road on Friday.
No,
Yeah.
come on. Where are we going?
Colorado and then Milwaukee. We have an off day in Milwaukee if you want to come by.
Colorado, but they got some home runs popping over there in Colorado.
Yes, they do. Into right field, and Ross goes back, and he makes the catch. Now you're in Florida to do your show.
Yeah, starting tomorrow.
Yeah, we have to talk about that a little bit.
The Fountain Blue, is that right?
At the Fountain Blue, yeah, the old hotel that all the stars appeared at years ago. I went through it. We did a little now and then segment on the show about the Fountain Blue, which was a key place for Sinatra and all those guys. So now it's beautiful. Oh, what a job they did on it. And so it gives me a chance to come out and see my Marlins.
Nice. Well, we're glad you're here.
Did you see me throw the opening pitch out?
We
Tell me,
did.
Tommy.
You know, you were a little late getting into the booth. Were you icing? Did you have to ice afterwards?
We saw
Maybe
you. Now we saw you on Letterman practicing a couple nights ago.
That's right. Sure, Letterman warmed me up. You know what? But when you do it from the mound at a stadium.
But you were told to do
Here
it.
I am. Look at this.
Yeah. Who told you to throw from the mound? You maybe,
I did.
You
I'm not
wanted
a
to go-
wimp.
Okay.
I saw poor Yogi Berra at the Yankee opener 2 weeks ago. He stepped in about 10 yards, and he still made it a 3-bounce pitch.
I thought Donald Trump gave you a little advice on the first pitch.
Oh, let me tell you, when Trump went out there, Derek Jeter kept saying, Mr. Trump, don't stand on the mound. Come in a little bit. And Trump took him up on it and got the ball to the catcher without a bounce.
Aaron Harang swings and misses. Stick around.
I like Johnson a lot, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's the guy.
All right, Marlins up 1-0. More with Regis when we return. business. Stay on solid ground. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. And by Viagra. 1-0 ball game. The Marlins on top of the Cincinnati Reds. Now, Regis Philbin is with us. Welcome to South Florida. And to make you feel like part of the team, we are Tommy Bahamed out here in the booth. We brought you your own Tommy Bahama shirt. So when you're up in New York and watching the game, you can dress just like we do.
FS Florida, you got it right there.
I saw Conine walking around on one of these.
Yeah, how'd you enjoy meeting Jeff?
Oh, I like him. He came years ago to one of my Who Wants to Be a Millionaire shows with his wife. They're a delightful couple and pretty smart, too. Is large going to be too big for Regis?
Well, we could, if it is too large, if you're not on a weight program.
Do they have any medium size?
I've seen you do a lot of working out on the show.
All right, then I'm going to be large. I love it.
No. We have a good friend that works at Tommy Bahama on Las Olas in Fort Lauderdale, and she will be happy to get you a medium in this.
If Regis would like a little blue number, too.
Oh. We can do that.
Sure.
We can do that. Dan Uggla takes a hack at a fastball and pops it over into the seats. Now, we haven't forgotten.
Yeah, we have something else.
Oh, my gosh.
We haven't forgotten Kelly because we knew that she was a Mets fan.
That's great.
And so we decided.
Little pink here.
Yes.
Pink, yeah.
That's nice. She'll love it.
Yep.
She'll really love it, yeah.
Especially this week while she's here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So Uggla's at bat. Once in a while he pops a home run, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, he does.
Come on.
Breaking ball misses outside.
Now, you have obviously followed the Marlins.
Yeah.
Certain names, and you're right, people around the country don't know a lot of the names, but what are the ones that you like to follow, the ones that maybe are your favorites?
Well, Cantu, I think he's a great ball player. I like Uggla. Made the All-Star team last year,
yes,
didn't
he did. Two-time All-Star.
Ramirez. You've got some good, solid players here. I think maybe the bullpen needs a little help of some kind, but I hate to see this team lose a game in the late innings with a home run with the bases loaded. It just drives me crazy.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit too much of that lately.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, what about it? Could you come out of retirement here?
Hey, you know what we're doing here by putting you on camera?
What's
we're
that?
Adding to your Guinness Book of Records.
That's right. Gelman, one more show here. That is funny.
Most on-air, most on-camera time of anybody in the world, I would think.
So what's the big deal? What's the biggest thrill you get, Rich? Is it the home run with the bases loaded, a shutout? What is it?
It's the fact that you get paid to watch baseball.
Oh, my gosh. What a job.
And what a job. And with this team, every night it's a different hero. Uggla will knock one out of the park. Hanley will hit a homer. Cody Ross is a guy that has had a big start. Jorge Cantu is one of those unsung heroes.
Oh, he's a great one. Well, you just never know when it's going to happen, do you? Now, Uggla is struck out. Once in a while, he does strike out, too, doesn't he?
Tough slider. Good pitch.
Yeah.
I'm impressed that you brought Gelman with you.
Oh, Gelman wants to hang around. He doesn't know what he's seeing. This is a baseball game, Gelman. He has no idea. Believe me, he doesn't know.
All right, I'm going to give you this at bat here. It's Aaron Harang facing Jeremy Hermida.
All right, Hermida at the plate. Right in there. Strike one. So Jeremy is a pretty good pitcher for Cincinnati, huh?
Yeah, Harang, a right-hander and a tough one. Though last time Hermida saw me at a home run.
Here we go. Second pitch.
Looked like a changeup.
The last time they faced each other in Florida.
Here it is.
Here it is. And there's right out to center field, it looks like.
Home run.
Wow, nice shot. How deep is that center field? And there's a foul ball.
This ballpark is one of the biggest ballparks because there's that area out there left of center, 434 feet.
Oh, my God.
Long way out.
That is big, yeah. The Bermuda Triangle is right.
Yeah.
But when you come back in 2012, the Marlins will have a brand new ballpark, air conditioned.
Oh, I heard.
With a roof.
I think it's going to be great for Miami. Now, let me ask you something. In left field, you got a little bit of a fence there. Is that your black monster up there or something?
Yeah, it just has to creep over down the line. We can even illustrate on the telestrator. That's another advantage we have up here.
Uh-huh.
Of course, we have to tell Regis that in Marlins history, that corner has a special spot with that player. That's Alex Gonzalez. He was a Marlin in 2003. And in Game 4 of the World Series, in extra innings, he hit a walk-off home run right there against Jeff Weaver and the Yankees. Sorry about that, Reach. That was 2003.
Yeah. Oh, 2003. Well.
Yep. That was a big moment.
So people here remember the Alex Gonzalez shot off Jeff Weaver.
And here he is with
Cincinnati now.
Cincinnati now. Boy, you guys really lose the players every now and then, don't you? But you always find somebody else. I tell you, it's incredible. The scouting system must be fantastic for the Marlins.
It is. It is. From the top with president of baseball ops, Larry Beinfest, does a terrific job.
I'm telling you, you keep coming up with these young players, and it's very impressive.
General Manager Mike Hill. Cody Ross at the plate. Aaron Harang delivers a fastball.
Good, Cody. Nice shot right up in center field.
And a base hit for Ross.
Now, Regis, you're out here having fun tonight. What's Kelly doing tonight?
Probably home by herself, wondering, how much fun I'm having. I think her husband and the kids went home today. How much school can they miss? So we'll do tomorrow, and then on Wednesday we'll do 2 shows. We'll tape Mother's Day show, which we air on Friday.
Who you got coming? Guests?
Isn't McDreamy coming?
McDreamy is coming on Thursday, and Wednesday we have Rob Lowe, and tomorrow we've got. Have you guys heard about this this judge here in town on Spanish television, Telemundo? She's terrific, and all of a sudden she's got quite a following, and we're putting her on, and everybody's excited about it. She's like the Spanish Judge Judy.
Okay.
Now I heard also that the manatees, the
manatees,
team
yes.
I got advice for you.
Yeah.
Don't eat breakfast.
That bad, huh?
Right. Well, they're good, but they're large, and it's.
Yeah, I got the feeling. I know.
Right.
I was kind of looking for the little cheerleaders to come, but no, Gelman wanted the manatees.
Yeah, I was going to tell Regis. I know he's worked with so many people. He can add us to the list now, but. In Los Angeles, Joey Bishop. I grew up in Los Angeles. And Cindy Garvey. How about
Cindy Garvey was my first co-host,
Yeah.
On AM Los Angeles in the 70s.
So were you a Dodger fan? Were you out in L.A.?
Well, yeah, sure. I loved Steve. I knew them all, and Tommy Lasorda was figurehead there in L.A. And it was great. Cary Grant used to go to the games, and Vince Scully was calling them. It was, just one big happy family. And, of course, they did win the series with that Michigan State guy belting it out of the ballpark and then giving the thing on the way around, giving the plug, around the bases.
That'll be Kirk Gibson. I think that's a good Michigan.
Kirk Gibson, sure, yeah.
Good Michigan State reference, too.
Absolutely. So what do we got going here? Can we get another run out of this pitcher?
Well, let's see. I mean, you've got Cameron Maben at the plate. He's a talented young outfielder for the Marlins. Mm-hmm. You got Cody Ross at first.
We got a chance. But this pitcher's tough, isn't he?
He is.
He struck out the first 2 guys.
And he gets a strike there. And he went to college in a place I think you worked as well, San Diego State.
Oh, absolutely, sure. San Diego State the coach was Don Coryell. I was doing a weekend show. Coryell.
Yeah.
They brought him to the St. Louis Rams, and he established a heck of a good team there. And I got to be color man for the exhibition game.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a big thrill. But you guys do this every night, so what do you care? Yeah. He's going for it.
Maben swings and
he
misses.
struck out the side.
Regis, we appreciate your
Rich,
support.
thank you very, very much.
We watch you all the time.
Regis, thank you.
And please give that to Kelly. And you need a medium, and you want blue?
I need a medium. I want to be like you.
All right.
I want to be blue.
the Marlins 1-0 over the Reds at the top of the third. Mikasuki brings you our weather tonight. Perfect weather here at Dolphin Stadium. Come see us tomorrow night, won't you? 77 degrees, 83% humidity. Nice to be back for just 4 days. And certainly nice of Regis Philbin to stop by the booth. All right, Josh Johnson gets back to work. And we can get organized up here.
Back to business, Rich. Back to business.
Willie Taveras at the plate. And Taveras takes a breaking ball for a strike. Taveras, Dickerson, and Votto. Josh Johnson so far, so good. He avoided a bit of a first inning jam when Hanley Ramirez made a throwing error and Votto singled. But he struck out Phillips. He got Jay Bruce to fly out. And his 1-1 pitch misses down low to Taveras, who's always been a tantalizing talent. Taveras has, whether he was an Astro or a Rocky, just because he's so fast. 68 stolen bases last year. The biggest challenge for Taveras in his career has been getting on base. Cantu over, and it's just out of his reach.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, you're right, it tantalizes general managers and managers because he has that speed, all those stolen bases. And it's one of the changes. You talked about all the power the Reds had. It's one of the little nuances they've added. They wanted speed at the top of the lineup, and so thus Willie Taveras wearing a Cincinnati uniform.
Taveras walked just 36 times last year. Inside corner, that would be strike 3. You can let the Marlins pay your mortgage or rent with the Marlins Mortgage Payout. Each Super Saturday, one fan will be awarded with a check for up to $2,500 toward their mortgage or rent payment. Plus, on June 20th and September 26th, a lucky fan will win a check for up to $15,000. Log on to Marlins.com. Register today for the Marlins Mortgage Payout. Breaking ball misses low and inside to Chris Dickerson. Dickerson in left field. Here's a guy, Tommy, that has climbed through the ranks. He was a 16th round pick in 2003, but has always played well, has some speed. Last year came up for 31 games and hit .304 and impressed the Reds enough that they gave him a real good look in the spring, made the club, and here he is.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that got an opportunity. He came up when the Reds traded Adam Dunn to Arizona and opened up a spot in the outfield. Well,
outside
so far,
corner.
Look at how JJ's working both corners, inside and outside. He's really pounded the inside corner to the right-hand hitters. Goes away with a good strike. Look at a nice grab by John Baker, too. So now, as a hitter, that was a borderline pitch, but it makes Dickerson have to swing.
98 miles an hour on that fastball for Johnson, looking for win number 3. The Marlins trying to go 14-11 and stay in first place in the East. Two strikeouts to open up the third for Johnson.
Boy, that's how you hear the term expand the strike zone. A little bit away with that fastball. He's thinking away, down and in with a good slider, and puts Dickerson away.
So it's Votto now, who singled back in the first. Reds had a real struggle last year. They were 74 and 88. They were last in the National League in batting average, and in that ballpark, that shouldn't happen. That is a outstanding hitter's park. Of course, the park, it can be tough to pitch in. They were 13th in ERA and gave up more homers than anybody in the National League. But of course, Johnny Cueto arrived. Edinson Volquez emerged. Harang and Arroyo sticking around on that rotation.
And I talked to their pitching coach, Dick Pohl, and he was very enlightened at the way Micah Owings is pitched, too. He said, don't forget about the number 5 starter, Micah Owings.
Owings is a great hitting pitcher, which reminds me, as you take a look at Actually, Chris Spire.
Chris Spire, former teammate. And Brooke Jacoby, the hitting coach.
And a pretty good shortstop in his day.
Chris Spire, longtime Major League shortstop.
Owing's a good hitting pitcher. It reminds me of yesterday when Carlos Zambrano dropped down that bunt, tried to leg it out. It was a hamstring injury, and he's been placed on the disabled list.
We kind of thought that, too, when we saw the injury.
He'll be out, the Cubs say, 2 to 3 weeks. That's some of the news of the day. Other news of the day is in the National League East, and Oliver Perez has lost his spot in the rotation for the New York Mets. There was some talk that they might send him down to the minor leagues. A liner into left. Hermida almost ran by it, and he makes the catch. JJ works a 1-2-3 third. Lee's was a big one. Our Geico quote of the night from Ricky Nolasco: I made one mistake and he made me pay. That's just the way it's been. One pitch is killing me right now.
I really thought in the game yesterday, probably the best Ricky has thrown. And he did make that one bad pitch, and it hurt him.
Here's JJ. He'll lead it off with Bonifacio and Baker to follow. You had mentioned the forearm tightness and the strain last year from Harang. It was a result of an odd situation in which Dusty Baker got in a real pinch. Back to the mound, and Harang will go to first. It was an 18-inning game, and the Reds essentially were running out of pitching.
It was in San Diego, wasn't it?
Harang was scheduled to throw that day, and they brought Harang out of the bullpen feeling like maybe he could throw an inning or two because it was his turn to throw. He ended up throwing 4 innings. And after that, the forearm was tight, and the rest of the season was a real struggle for him. That's why when you see a guy like Cody Ross come in and pitch, sometimes you say to yourself, aha, it's pretty funny and all that. Managers do that for a reason. Bonifacio pops the bunt up and fouls it back. And position players have had to come into extra inning games that are tied as well.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that to save an arm, maybe a starter or maybe somebody in that bullpen who's thrown 3 or 4 days in a row. That's why with JJ starting this game, boy, you'd love to see another 7, 8, 9 innings tonight.
Line drive, base hit. Bonifacio's aboard.
Boy, when he stays back and drives that ball up that way, and he's hit 2 balls well. Remember, Brandon Phillips, the second baseman, made a really nice backhand grab of a ground ball his first time up. So 2 good swings by Emilio Bonifacio to get himself a base hit here.
A little cat and mouse going on now with Ramon Hernandez, Aaron Harang, and Emilio Bonifacio.
Well, Bonifacio has 6 stolen bases. Carl Crawford of the Rays had 6 stolen bases last night against Boston.
Bonifacio asking for time, and I think he wants to do a little housekeeping out there.
There have been a few times, Rich, over the last few days, the last week, that Bonifacio has gotten on base. We've anticipated a steal or a steal attempt, and we haven't seen it. I think at this point he hasn't gotten that pure confidence yet in stealing bases.
Hernandez, a veteran catcher behind the plate. It's one of the things the Reds wanted to do with this young staff is pair them with a veteran catcher, a guy that has handled some good staffs before. Hernandez did that when he was in Oakland, when the A's had the big 3, Mulder, Zito, and Hudson.
Last year he was with Baltimore, the last 3 years with Baltimore, and the magic just wasn't there with some of their young pitching, but still a very solid veteran catcher. And again, another piece of the puzzle that Walt Jocketty, their general manager now, wanted to put together. The Reds, by the way, have had 3 owners, 5 general managers, and 7 managers over the last 10 years.
Tough to get any continuity.
Yeah.
Harang with a 2-0 coming, and Baker fouls it back. Good example of what speed can do for the hitter behind him, because Baker, with Harang worried about Bonifacio, worked the count to 2-0 and got a good pitch to hit.
Yeah, and I think with Baker, you have to keep in mind, if you're a runner, he doesn't pull a lot of balls. So a lot of left-handers like that hole open on the right side, but in Bake's case, majority of his base hits go the other way.
Bonifacio is running, and Baker fouls it back, which makes it a bit surprising in that sequence that it was the shortstop Gonzalez covering and not the second baseman Phillips.
Yeah, you would think in this situation, if they have a scouting report on John Baker, they know that he'll hit more balls to the left side than to the right side. So then you kind of switch things up, maybe have the second baseman cover. I'm guessing Bonifacio takes off again on this 2-2 pitch.
Up the middle, Phillips again. Oh, he is so good at second base. Brandon Phillips. That's the only way he could have gotten Bonifacio.
Absolutely tremendous. Breaking ball up the middle. Watch the flip. Backhand flip. Boy, this double play combination is pretty spectacular, because we know what Alex Gonzalez can do. Reds fans know what Brandon Phillips can do. Baker was robbed.
Yes. Bonifacio was robbed earlier. Tomorrow night, we are going to have the author of the Fielding Bible on, John DeHaan. Hanley Ramirez, a rocket to left.
Fastball down and in. Hanley smoked it, dropped the bat, circled the bases.
And Brandon Phillips not only won the Gold Glove last year, but he also won the Fielding Bible Award at second base. That's an award that's given to one player, both leagues. So you only get one second baseman in both the American and the National League, and Phillips won that award. Hanley pulls it foul, and it's voted on by a panel of 10 Guys like DeHaan and Bill James and noted baseball historian Rob Nyer. But tomorrow night, our focus is going to be on defense. We'll talk about certainly we'll talk about Phillips, but we'll talk about the Marlins and their attempt to improve their defense.
And we'll have Email Tuesday.
So if you have email questions about the Fielding Bible or any defensive stat, range factor, all of those things, get your emails ready tomorrow night. We'll have the guy who is the guru of defense tomorrow night.
I think you have the whole package in a guy like Brandon Phillips. He has range, plus he has the sure hands. He made just 7 errors last year.
He's very much like Orlando Hudson, the O-Dog, who has won some Gold Gloves himself.
We'll find out what kind of range factor Rich and I have, too.
Declining by the year. The Central always seems to whet Hanley's appetite. Harang misses outside. Aaron Harang had a 3 or 4 year run of just being incredibly consistent.
Should have won a Cy Young Award.
In 2006.
Yes. Tough call. I mean, you can't fault Brandon Webb winning it.
Bake's running on the 3-2 to Hanley, and he fouls it back. Well, that year he led the league in wins. He led the league in strikeouts, and he led the league in complete games.
First pitcher ever to lead the league in wins and strikeouts and not win the Cy Young Award. I mean, he won 16 games, but so did Brandon Webb. It wasn't like Brandon Webb won 25 games. That's a tough call there.
Webb played on a better team, and Harang's Reds weren't all that good that year. Another 3-2. Fly ball. And we'll do it again.
I think the interesting thing on Marlins Live, Jeff Conine talked about a guy like Harang, who he's 6'7", you expect to see 98-mile-an-hour fastballs. He throws 88 to 90, but it looks like the ball, he hides the ball, he's a little sneaky. The ball appears to be 95 miles an hour.
Ninth pitch of the at-bat. And Hanley walks. So up comes Cantu. All-Star balloting is here once again. Make sure you vote early and often for your favorite Marlin.
There's an all-star.
There he is. Look at Niner is casting the first ballot. Fill out your ballot at any home game between now and June 11th, or you can vote online at Marlins.com. I've already voted online.
I'm going to kind of wait a little bit, another week or so. I don't want to, jump the gun too fast.
And that's a guy I voted for.
Good. Okay.
Jorge Cantu. The cool thing about voting online is that you can compare everybody's stats. That's always the frustrating thing with the paper ballot sometimes.
You can't see the stats.
Right. You're wondering, well, what is Ryan Howard hitting right now?
Then again, some people don't wonder that.
Yeah, but online, you can compare all the numbers for each position.
Unfortunately, last year, some people just went, he's with the Cubs. Okay. He's a Cub. Okay.
Cub.
What they have, 8 guys?
8 guys. I thought Ronnie Woo Woo was going to make the team. Here's the 1-1. It's outside, and it's 2-1.
Ronnie Woo Woo is breaking down. I think he's on the DL.
He and Zambrano, apparently.
We have to explain. I mean, there's a guy that's been at Wrigley Field for 30 years, maybe more.
And he wears a Cubs uniform.
Wears a Cubs uniform. It says Woo Woo on the back.
And he walks around the ballpark and he says,
Woo Woo. I mean, he'll stand out. I can remember him in the bleachers for an entire game, just yelling Woo Woo, Cubs Woo, Cubs Woo, the whole game.
That must drive opposing players nuts.
He's famous at Wrigley Field. People take his picture. And
wasn't there a player that chased him down the street? after a ball game?
Willie Montanez chased him off the team bus. He was banging on the window, and he jumped off the bus and chased him down Sheffield Avenue.
Woo-hoo! Swing and a miss. Cantu goes down. Marlins up 1-0. Arrives tonight. Swapping streams. The Reds have a new AA minor league affiliate. Who are they? Who does the Duck think we are?
We haven't had a lot of time to prepare on this one.
The Duck coming from out of left field on that one. Josh Johnson facing Brandon Phillips, Jay Bruce, and Ramon Hernandez. Phillips had a painful at bat in the first. Remember, he fouled a couple pitches off, and his right hand was stinging. Chops that one slowly. Bonifacio picks it, throws it. Whoa! Speed can help you on the bases and in the field.
Of the many plays we've seen, Emilio Bonifacio makes that as well as anybody, coming in and getting rid of it quickly.
Let's check in with Frank Fort. Frank?
Andrew Miller trying to come back from the oblique injury through a bullpen session here at the stadium this afternoon, a session that went, according to Freddie Gonzalez and pitching coach Mark Wiley, very well. Andrew will pitch Wednesday for the Jupiter Hammerheads in the Florida State League, 60 to 65 pitch count. If all goes well, he'll pitch again on May 11th with the AA Jacksonville Suns as Cantu handles that grounder. And in that second start for Miller, he'll be on an 80 to 85 pitch count. So hopefully all will go well. By the way, guys, that Wednesday game in Jupiter is a 10:35 a.m. start. I was planning to go up there to talk to some of the Marlins prospects, so I'll give you a little report on that. And by the way, they did tell Andrew Miller, yeah, you're pitching at 10:30 in the morning.
Well, that's only an hour and a half sooner than we'll be out here on Thursday.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's right. You get to see a little Mike Stanton action in right field. Matt Dominguez playing up there. So have fun, Frank.
Will do, guys.
There's Ramon Hernandez now.
I may come up and have a cup of coffee and watch a little bit.
That's right. You're right around the bend.
Sure.
You think your spring training credential is still good?
Then again, I may be packing too for another trip.
Overhand curveball. I haven't even unpacked. 1-1. Josh Johnson battling the Reds and Aaron Harang.
You know, Ramon Hernandez is a guy who also it can give you a little offense. I mean, 15 home runs last year for Baltimore. But he's not just a defensive catcher. He's an all-star in 03.
Yeah, that was his last year with Oakland. Then he spent 2 years in San Diego. The Reds sent Ryan Friel to the Orioles to get Hernandez. Drives it to right and hits it pretty well. Cody Ross to the wall, reaches and makes the catch. A long third out in the fourth inning. Marlins up 1-0. A Hanley homer is standing up. Favorite beer, relax responsibly, and by Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Good night tonight so far. Good pitching matchup. Harang against Josh Johnson. A Hanley Ramirez home run. An appearance by Regis Philbin.
I think the matchup certainly, well, first of all, the appearance by Regis didn't let us down. And I don't think this matchup is. I think everybody expected with these two guys going after each other, we'd have this type of game.
You could tell when Regis was here and Uggla was up, Regis was ready to call a home run.
Yeah, he was ready. He knows the power that Dan Uggla has.
Uggla 4 homers, 18 driven in, and Harang has thrown him nothing but breaking balls. Uggla's uglies are back. Uggla took a high fastball last year from Harang and turned it around to left field for a home run. And Harang goes up there and misses. It's 3-0.
He's the kind of guy, yet he's changed a little bit this year, that can ride that fastball up and pitch up in the strike zone. Yet this year they've told us he's thrown a few more two-seamers and tried to stay down a little better. Give you a look at the scouting report on Aaron Harang. He adds and subtracts. He'll take a little bit off, throw a little harder, that nice tilt with the slider, and there he works up with that fastball.
He misses, and Uggla is aboard. All right, cue the duck. The duck certainly playing hard to get lately with some of these questions. This one is a tough one. Swapping streams. So the hint apparently has something to do with the Marlins, and yes, the former Marlin Double-A outpost Carolina is now where the Reds are.
Well, how about this? Let's help out the Duck tonight and give you a follow-up Aflac trivia question. What Reds second baseman? You know, they've had some pretty good ones over the years. Has the single season home run record?
That's a great question. Hermida on a hit and run chops it towards Votto.
I think a lot of people, their first answer would be Hall of Famer Joe Morgan.
See, this is how good my partner Tommy Hutton is. As that question flashed to the screen, Tommy reached into his bag and there was a little red box with a glass top on it, and it said, "In case of emergency, break glass, emergency Aflac question." And it popped right out.
That's right, but the answer is Brandon Phillips with 30.
I was going to go Brett Boone maybe on you there.
Could be.
Here's Cody Ross.
Yeah, in 07, Phillips had 30 home runs for the Reds as their second baseman. I think Booney had the big power years with Seattle.
Ross takes that fastball, drives it to left, and pulled it foul. There he is. An original Marlin. David Weathers. You had a chance to watch Frank Fort on Marlins Live. What an enjoyable guy.
You talk about two veterans anchoring their bullpen, David Weathers and Arthur Rhodes.
What was the stat on them combined? They've almost appeared in like 2,000 games. No, actually, it's 1,628 Major League games.
There's the guy they call Stormy. And Arthur Rhodes had a terrific run right toward the end of the season with the Marlins last year.
Weathers, 10 different Major League teams. And this is his second tour with Cincinnati. And he had 2 different tours with the Fish. He was a Marlin briefly in 04. Ross pops it up. Hernandez. And there's a couple of outs. It's going to bring Cameron Maben up. So the news out of New York was that Jerry Manuel and Oliver Perez had a closed-door meeting. The Mets had hinted that they wanted to send Perez down to the minor leagues, much like the Phillies did last year with Brett Myers. But it will be Perez who goes to the bullpen, and 40-year-old left-hander Ken Takahashi will replace Perez in the rotation. Just the Marlins' luck. Another soft-tossing lefty.
Yeah, we saw him throwing a little bit a couple of days ago.
Takahashi's first start is going to be Friday in New York against Pittsburgh. Perez 1-2 with a 9.97 ERA.
A lot of rain in the Northeast. The Boston Yankee game, that's still in a delay. There were 3 rainouts yesterday in the Northeast.
Maben waits, and that one is fouled back. Harang is the type of guy, and we talked about the year he had in 06. Think about the ballpark in which he pitches half of his games and the team that he has pitched for, and you wonder if a guy like Harang were pitching for, say, the Cubs or the Dodgers or a better team, if he would have much better notoriety.
Yeah, he actually, it's funny because for a guy 6'7", over 260, he kind of slides under the radar. But a very solid pitcher, 49 wins over the last 4 years.
Struck him out. Maben goes down looking, and Harang dispatches the Fish in the 4th.
Disponible en español vía SAP y es presentado por KFC.
Press the SAP button on your remote or your set. Hey, guys, how are you?
Hi, Richie, Tommy. How are you?
All right, where's the bucket tonight?
Oh, wait a second. It's right here.
There
There you go.
All right.
Ask and you shall receive.
Nice, thanks. Regis said hi.
Where's Kelly?
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares about Reggie?
Listen to those two guys.
Josh Johnson, Cookie looks good tonight, doesn't he? He's looked this way the whole time, huh?
Hey, he's always pulling for the Marlins, though. You know, that's for sure.
Aquí viene.
All right, have a good show, guys.
All
Josh,
right, Rich, Tommy, you too.
with the fastball that is popped out into center. Maven makes a running catch. And Adam Rosales is out number 1 in the 5th inning.
Rosales getting a chance to play with Edwin Encarnacion on the disabled list for Cincinnati.
Here's Gonzo. Since he left the Marlins, it's been an interesting road for Alex Gonzalez. He had a fractured knee that kept him out all of last year. Of course, he played in Boston. Spent 7 years with the Marlins, was an all-star with the Marlins. Hanley flips on over to first.
The Reds actually had an interesting situation with both of their shortstops last year. Similar injuries. Jeff Keppinger, the same thing.
And that Keppinger injury came against the Marlins. Remember, he fouled a pitch off his left kneecap.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the next night we saw Paul Yanish, who they brought up to take his place, and he got a game-winning base hit.
Yeah, in his Major League debut, an extra inning game-winning hit. Here's Harang now. That one is fouled back. The pitching matchup tonight is pretty good. Josh Johnson, Aaron Harang. The pitching matchup tomorrow night is pretty good as well. Chris Volstad and Edinson Volquez.
Boy, just 58 pitches, too, for J.J.
And a brief appearance in the 5th inning. Halfway home, 7 pitches for Johnson. Marlins, as Regis would say, along with Frank Fort and Tommy Hutton. Rich Waltz with you, 1-0. Hanley Ramirez home run in the 1st inning is standing up.
Rich, we have to find out tomorrow how Cody Ross got the honor to catch that first pitch from Regis Philbin.
That is a good question. Because I'm sure.
I mean, were guys pulling straws?
Well, that's it. That there is a hierarchy, so to speak, when it comes to catching first pitches. I mean, the better the guess, the more guys are in line and are jockeying for that honor.
Right.
Usually, if it's a pretty girl, then there's a long line. Here's the 0-1. But a guest like Regis Philbin, that's an honor you.
We'll find out.
And Cody, I don't want to throw Cody under the bus here, but had he been able to pick that ball,
it would have looked a little better.
Yeah, there's a little pressure.
Yeah,
when it's a guy like Regis, because you want to make that play. But he got a piece of it. He knocked it down, and he kept it from going to the backstop, which was.
We kept the runner from moving up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A swing and a miss. Aaron Harang has kind of been matching Josh Johnson, save that one pitch Hanley hit out.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's only given up 3 hits. He has 7 strikeouts. Good fastball displayed there to get a strikeout. The slider has been there for him. He's gotten Maben a couple of times. Another fastball there for Jorge Cantu, and he struck out Josh Johnson on the slider. So a good night for Aaron Harang. Harang and his team, though, trail 1-0. Hanley with a blast.
Bonifacio's hit the ball well twice. He was robbed of a hit by Brandon Phillips. Aaron Harang can thank Brandon Phillips as well for keeping this a 1-0 ball game. Phillips has made 2 outstanding plays over the middle.
The Marlins could have had runners at first and third in the 3rd inning with nobody out, if not for that play.
Gonzalez in time. So there's 2 outs in the 5th. Here comes Baker. Here comes the next Family Sunday on the 17th. Marlins and Dodgers at 1:10. You can get a Hanley Ramirez baseball glove courtesy of Qdoba Mexican Grill. Bring the family to the strike zone early for Family Sunday activities. 1-877 Marlins. Here's Bake. An 0 for 2 night. Harang's given up just 3 hits. Ross had a single, Bonifacio a base hit, and of course Hanley's homer. Hanley gets another look at him if Baker can get aboard.
That's just slower, more of a curveball than a slider that Harang features.
He's similar to Chris Volstad in that Volstad doesn't have the high 90s fastball.
Yeah, they don't have the Josh Johnson fastball, but they have that tilt because of their size, their height. And Harang not afraid. I'd say Chris Volstad's more of a two-seam sinker ball pitcher than Harang, who will go upstairs with his fastball. I think Chris has gotten a little more confident in that 4-seamer lately.
Two and two. Chuck Merriweather says strike 3. And Baker standing at home plate. We'll get to discuss that through the next half inning. And that would be the top of the 6th. And here we are in the 6th inning.
I think to show you a little bit about the pinpoint control, watch the one on the left. Ramon Hernandez, veteran catcher, tries to pull it in. Next pitch, Harang went outside again, not quite as far, but again got help from his catcher, veteran catcher, and Harang with a couple of good pitches. And the last one, he got a called third strike.
And Harang and Johnson, the duel continues. Taveras runs up to bunt. He feels he pulled back, but Chuck Merriweather said did he call it a strike or did he say he went for it? That was an odd sequence.
Either way, it's a strike.
And it's 0-1. That's a strike as well. And quickly it's 0-2. Josh has been rolling, 4 strikeouts.
This ball club, Rich, has been tough on the Marlins over the years. Well, he has poured that fastball, pounded that fastball in all night. The Marlins just 74-88 in their career against the Reds. And the Reds here in this ballpark, 34-31 against the Fish. Good fastball, perfect spot.
Strikeout.
Taveras knew it.
Number 5 for Josh. And here is Chris Dickerson. When Josh Johnson gets in that groove, he just rides it. He and Chris Volstad obviously have been the 2 most consistent pitchers that the Marlins have had. Ugla won't get it. It's into right field. It's a base hit, and we check in with Frank Fort. Frank?
All right, thanks very much, Rich. Out here with some people who know their hats, and I've got my Corona Cinco de Mayo hat on. Our friends at Corona would like to remind you to celebrate tomorrow's Cinco de Mayo. It's a holiday in Mexico, although not a really big one. It's actually celebrated more among folks in the United States. It's kind of become like a St. Patrick's Day or an Oktoberfest, more a celebration of the heritage and the culture. Cinco de Mayo happened in May 5th, 1862, when the Mexicans defeated the French at the city of Puebla. Now, a lot of people confuse it with Mexican Independence Day. That actually happened about 50 years earlier. The French had wanted to come in and collect their international debts. They wanted to occupy Mexico. The Mexicans defeated them at the city of Puebla. That's where Cinco de Mayo comes from. It is kind of a cultural celebration, and the folks at Corona say pick up a Corona or Corona Light tomorrow and help celebrate this Mexican holiday of Cinco de Mayo. So there's your history lesson for the day, guys. And by the way, I think the hat goes really, really well with the Tommy Bahama shirt.
Frank, maybe your proudest moment on camera.
I think so. This ranks right up there, certainly.
I think the hat goes really well with about 4 margaritas.
I'll tell you what, I look really good after 4 margaritas.
I'm not going anywhere near that. That pitch misses. Nice job, Frank. And I know that when Frank was working on that story, he and Jorge Cantu and Alfredo Amezaga were all in conference.
I'll tell you a little insight to that, an addendum. Growing up in Southern California, a very big day, Cinco de Mayo. A lot of Mexican Americans in Southern California. And I also always remember that because Cinco de Mayo, May 5th, was my mom's birthday. So you see,
there's a common thread through everything. Joey Votto up. Yeah, Cinco de Mayo was big in Northern California, where I grew up.
Mm-hmm. But as Frank said, probably bigger in the States than in Mexico.
Runner goes, swing and a miss. Baker's throw is in time. Acrobatic tag by Hanley. Dickerson is caught stealing.
Well, that's nice to see because, as we mentioned, the Cubs stole a lot of bases in that series at Wrigley Field. Good, strong throw by Bake, but look at the tag by Hanley. A hand not on the bag. He has to come off to get the ball, but then gets the tag down and leaps over Dickerson. Nice job.
Votto does not get cheated, and he fouls it back.
Yeah, we told you earlier, 9 of the 12 stolen bases that the Reds have are between Taveras and Phillips.
One and 2 here in the 6th. Josh Johnson is rolling. Votto just gets a piece. Votto is an interesting guy in the sense that he didn't come out of a baseball factory. He's out of Toronto. He went to Richview Collegiate Institute. And actually was second in the Rookie of the Year voting last year, behind Giovanni Soto. Fastball, threw it by him. 97 miles an hour. JJ punches out 2 Reds in the 6th, and the Marlins lead it 1-0. Yep, the Marlins are right back on the road. Friday through Sunday, Coors Field. We're going to lock Craig in the humidor. Just kidding. Off day in Milwaukee on Monday. And then on to, yeah, just kidding. Bernie Brewer, Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder.
How about Mike
Marlins,
Cameron?
and the Racing Sausages. You know,
always a treat. Mike Cameron's been hot, too.
Regis Philbin has Gelman. We have Sulcer. John Sulcer, our producer, who is a master at, well, just about everything.
A joy to work with, innovative, creative. And he likes Cinco de Mayo, too.
He doesn't quite have Frank's taste in hats. Anthony Ramirez is up.
Have you ever noticed John Sulcer, our producer, wears hats indigenous to where we've been or where we're going? You know, he had the Blackhawks hat on today.
There's a strike. A well-traveled producer.
Yeah.
Didn't he text us from, was it Iceland in February or something like that? It's like, what's Sulcer doing in Iceland?
Never gotten a text from Iceland before.
Hanley's homer, his 3rd of the season. And Harang stays away. Counts 2-1.
Ever since Hanley hit the home run, which was on a fastball in, down and in, Harang has stayed away from him the rest of the evening. He walked him and the next time up in the 3rd inning.
Hanley rifles it into right field.
Hanley's starting to get locked in.
And that's good news for the Fish.
He's 8 for 20 now against Aaron Harang with 4 home runs. Look at the target, pitches away. What does Hanley do? Stays back and just drives it the other way. Beautiful swing.
Now Cantu. Cantu 0 for 2. That base hit by Hanley, just the 4th hit for the Fish. The Reds have just 3 hits.
You'd like to see, with the job that Josh Johnson is doing, you'd like to see the offense add on a little bit. Give him a little breathing room. And it's an offense that on the road trip hit just a little over 200 and missed a lot of opportunities.
Firestone leaderboards. How about some RBI leaders? Look at the year Pujols is having. And look at the year Cantu is having. Jorge drives that to right field. Bruce at the track makes the catch. And there's one out. It's the Coors Light 6th inning, Coors Light freeze cam. What shall we freeze? How about Brandon Phillips? Freeze it. Look at this play.
And then watch how he backhands it right out of the glove.
And that's with Bonifacio running on the play.
If he had had to reach in with his hand, he wouldn't have made the play.
Frost brewed Coors Light freeze can. Ugla waits, and Harang misses outside. Marlins and Reds for just 2. Then the Braves are in town. The Braves tonight are at home against the Mets, and they just coughed up a 3-0 lead. It's 4-3 Mets in the 6th. Ugla. Phillips over to get it. Flips on over to first. And there are 2 outs. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton here tonight. Glad you're with us. It's a 4-game homestand, so you can come out tomorrow night and see the V's, Volstad and Volquez. Then the Braves are here on Wednesday and Thursday at noon.
Yeah, you know, it's a brief homestand, but some good pitching. Derek Lowe pitches in that Wednesday game, and of course you said Volquez and Volstad. That's going to be a dandy tomorrow night too.
You know, it just reminded me we've got to get a medium blue for Regis. So Debbie, if you're listening out at Tommy Bahama, a medium blue for Regis. We want him to come back next year, and we certainly want him to come in 2012 in the new ballpark. And he said, as he left the booth, that when the Marlins are in New York, he might stop by end of May or in September when the Fish are on the in New York.
We need to see if we could stop by and see the show. If I know sometimes they tape at different hours, but it'd be nice to go stop by and see a show.
Yeah, it would. We could see if Kelly is going to wear that Marlins hat. I'll bet you, Reg. I'll bet you he gives it to her on the show, and I'll bet she puts it on. Slicing line drive's going to fall. It's a base hit, and Hanley's going to score, and Hermida has knocked in a run. And an insurance run for Josh Johnson. Feels good in the 6th.
Well, it sure does, especially the way he's been pitching. And this has been a struggle for Jeremy Hermida. He came into that at bat 3 for 18 with runners in scoring position. But a good pitch by Harang, but sliced by Jeremy down the line. No play at all for Chris Dickerson. And, of course, with 2 out, Hanley gets a good jump and scores easily. So, good bit of hitting by Jeremy Hermida. Not trying to do too much. Just getting that ball in the right spot.
Cody Ross. We focus so much on matchups between starting pitchers and guys that are in the lineup. One matchup to remember, even though this is just a brief 2-game series and we may not see it, is the Reds closer, Francisco Cordero, and Cody Ross. Last year, this was in Cincinnati. This was in the 9th inning to tie the game. That was a 3-run shot. And this was a 3-run shot in the 9th to win a game in South Florida.
Yep, Francisco Cordero knows Cody Ross.
Ground ball, that's a fair ball. Hermida around second, headed towards third. Dickerson in the corner. Hermida will hold at third base. And Ross has got himself a double.
Cody just heating up for Cordero. Cody gets his second base hit tonight. If there was any kind of bobble by Dickerson, that would have allowed Jeremy Hermida to score, but he made a nice play. This ball past the third baseman, Rosales. But watch Dickerson. He has good speed. He gets over a little tricky hop, but makes a nice play. If he bobbles at all, Hermida scores. Jeremy takes a good turn. Puts the brakes on. He sees Bo Porter's stop sign and gets back.
First base is open. Josh Johnson is due up next. Let's see what the Reds do.
It'll be interesting because they've handled Cameron Maybin each time, striking him out. They're going to put him on and go after Josh Johnson. Well, JJ needs to have the kind of a bat Ted Lilly had at Wrigley Field.
I remember Josh had an RBI single against Scott Olson earlier this year.
For the Marlins, 6 hits tonight, and both of their runs have all come with 2 out.
Obviously, the Reds know that Freddie's not going to lift Johnson for a pinch hitter. He's throwing so well. Heck, he's only thrown 63 pitches.
Well, he's just getting loose.
Harang, on the other hand, is over 100 now.
Yeah, and there is activity in that Cincinnati bullpen.
He got a pitch to hit.
After the 1 pitch to hit, then Harang came back with a slider, and he's quickly ahead 0-2.
And he finishes off JJ. Marlins leave him loaded, but they get another run. Jeremy Hermida drives home Hanley Ramirez. It's 2-0. Question. Last week's question, the answer, Jorge Cantu. That's all of your votes. 48% thought Cantu would lead the Marlins in home runs. This week's question, FSFloridaTV.com. Which road trip would you like to go on? Philly, New York, Toronto, Boston's a great trip. So San Francisco, Arizona, and you can't beat San Diego and Los Angeles.
That's tough right there. I know, obviously, a lot of people might pick Toronto and Boston to see Fenway Park. Look at that graphic. That tells a nice story about the efficiency of Josh Johnson tonight.
Brandon Phillips leads it off. And he takes a breaking ball inside. Phillips in the cleanup spot for the Reds.
Boy, nice slider. Kind of buckled Phillips just for a moment. Kind of like that San Francisco-Arizona one, too.
Well, San Francisco is tough to beat. And Arizona, I'd rather do that one in, say, January.
Yeah, the only problem there, it's in August.
Cantu over, and it's out of reach.
If you plan on climbing Squaw Peak, you got to do it early.
I think if you plan on eating, I'd choose the San Diego, Los Angeles trip myself.
Not bad restaurants in Toronto and Boston, though, either.
True.
That's a good question this week.
1-2 pitch.
That's where he's been getting Phillips and a few other hitters tonight. That good fastball in. That time he just missed a little bit inside.
There's another check swing. Remember, early in the game, Phillips zinged that right thumb on a foul tip. When you don't make clean contact with a wooden bat, your hands will feel it. Chopper, Phillips can run, and Bonifacio ran right by it. Phillips will hold first.
Well, I think he may have just deflected it a little bit. It looked for a moment like Hanley was going to make that play. It's going to be a base hit for Brandon Phillips. Good sinker. Hanley's coming in, and it looks like he's getting ready to make the play, get his feet set, and then Bonifacio either blocked him out, he didn't see it, or may have just got a piece of it.
Phillips got out of the box quickly, and it's a base hit.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been an easy play.
Here's Bruce.
First time tonight Cincinnati's gotten the leadoff man on.
Jay Bruce went to high school in Houston, same high school as Aaron Thompson, a Marlin first-round pick back in '05. Thompson went 22nd overall, and Bruce went 15th overall.
You mentioned Joey Votto second in the Rookie of the Year voting, and very close. I mean, it could have gone his way. Second to Giovanni Soto. Jay Bruce was fourth in the rookie voting last year.
Jared Burton. At the knees. 2-1. Well, he's just 22 and has a very bright future. I think the key for Cincinnati to contend this year is keep their rotation healthy.
Got a couple of guys that have thrown a lot of innings and a lot of pitches over the last few years in Arroyo and Harang too.
He went.
Laz Diaz down there at third saw the commitment from Bruce on a good fastball. Cut fastball just ran in under his hands. See if he goes. That's a tough one. That's close.
Fastball lined into the gap. That's trouble with Phillips' speed. Over for it is Maven. Phillips gets to third. Bruce is aboard, and now Josh Johnson finds himself with runners at the corners and nobody out, trying to protect
Well,
a 2-0 lead.
Good fastball on the check swing that was called and then came up. That's not where John Baker wanted that pitch. You can even see the grimace on Josh's face. He knew that's not where he wanted to throw it. And Jay Bruce has been a pretty hot hitter lately, and he jumped on it.
Ramon Hernandez.
Yeah, that's where you think about that second run. This allows you to set the infield, double play depth, and hope you get that double play ground ball from Hernandez.
One. Marlins with 6 hits, Reds with 5. That's in.
Pretty close. It's a pitch that Josh Johnson's got a few times tonight.
He goes after it.
Didn't lay off the slider.
And now it's 2-2.
That's great. I mean, he just missed inside on a borderline pitch. And then came back with a good slider to get Hernandez to commit.
Counts full now, and we'll see if the Reds gamble here and send Bruce from first. Phillips at third. Not running. Ground ball, base hit, right field. Bruce around second, headed for third. Up with the ball is Ross. At the corners, and now it's a 1-run game.
Yeah, very good at bat by Ramon Hernandez. Just trying to make contact, stays back, finds that hole on the right side with a big base hit. Remember, he had 2 strikes on him. And he gets it in the spot where, yeah, the run scores, but allows Bruce to get over to third, too.
Adam Rosales is up, and so is Dan Meyer in the bullpen. Well, Josh Johnson had 6 scoreless innings, but the Reds have 3 consecutive hits. "17 pitches and no outs here in the 7th.
Yeah, and look, he threw 17 in the first inning. He's back up there again, but as you pointed out, Rich, nobody out.
At the corners, there's Bruce at third. Not such great wheels at first. Hernandez.
Talked about Edwin Encarnacion, the regular third baseman for the Reds, got hit by a pitch. So he's on the disabled list for a while. So Adam Rosales, as described as one of those high energy guys, is getting an opportunity.
The pride of Western Michigan University. He was a first team All MAC selection. Dusty Baker. 1-1.
When Rosales got the call, he was on an 11-game hitting streak in AAA. And he's continued swinging the bat well up here.
Got to the big leagues last year for 18 games. Ground ball up the middle. Ugla, Hanley, and the game is tied. Reds get the run, Marlins get the 2 outs. And everybody's even.
Well, you certainly take the double play. And with 3 straight singles, Cincinnati comes back and scores this. But a good pitch by JJ. Just skips off the mound a little bit. The feed and the toss, and a 4-6-3 double play.
Alex Gonzalez, left center and deep. Maben at the track makes the catch. Reds draw even with 2 in the 7th. Actually, it's really a football stadium, but it's been home, and it will be the Marlins' home until 2012.
And I've always thought, Rich, and hopefully this will happen. The Marlins come into this game. This is their 10th home game. They're 5-4. I'd like to see them play better at home, take advantage of the humidity as the summer gets upon us. And how about the start the Dodgers are off to? The Dodgers are 10-0 at home so far this year.
And the Dodgers, I think, and the Marlins have both played 16 road games this year. Bonifacio takes a harangue breaking ball, top of the order, 2-2 game, all even in the bottom of the 7th. Bonifacio, Baker, and Ramirez. The Marlins have had a brutal schedule that gets worse before it gets better. 0-1 is down low. This is just a 4-game homestand with 2 teams coming in for a 2-game series. And then the Marlins go to Colorado for 3 and Milwaukee for 3.
And for some reason, we know Colorado has never been easy. And they're not off to a good start. They're 9-14. But playing at Coors Field, for some reason, hasn't been that easy for the Marlins.
There's a couple ballparks like that. Pittsburgh has kind of been like that for the Fish.
But you know, you look at it and you say, okay, it's a different year, different team. Hopefully you can turn things around.
Harangue is hoping that slow and steady wins the race here. He gave up the Hanley Ramirez homer in the first to fall behind 1-0. Hermida drove in Hanley with an RBI base hit in the 6th. So it was 2-0. Bonifacio drives it out to right, and Bruce is there.
Boy, some good swings from Bonifacio. That would have been fun to watch had it found the gap. It would have been fun to watch Emilio run.
Here comes Baker. And there are some ballparks where the Marlins historically have played well in. I think if you look at Wrigley Field, the Marlins have played well there. They're just a game under 500 at Wrigley Field in their career, and of course had the big postseason win there.
Yeah, if you add the postseason, they're a little over 500.
Baker misses at the breaking ball. It's 0-2. Marlins have had their share of success at Old Shea Stadium.
And we can talk about all that. Freddie just thinking about the moment. This 2-2 ball game. 7th inning.
It's a pretty good 0-2 pitch there by Harang. And we figured we'd see David Weathers sooner or later. Weathers and Rhodes have been quite a combination. The very back of the Reds bullpen, that pair and Cordero have been very good this year.
That's a pretty good trio there. Some veteran arms, guys who know how to pitch.
Baker line drive. It was trapped. Caught it on a hop. That's a base hit.
Boy, a couple of well-hit balls, Bonifacio's, and then Bake with that sinking, slicing line drive out to Chris Dickerson. It skipped into the glove. Third base umpire Laz Diaz out to make the call. Saw it right away. Dickerson tries to sell it, but didn't. No sale today.
That brings Hanley up. Hanley is homered, walked, and singled. And as Tommy pointed out in his last at bat, he's locked in right now. Out in front of that breaking ball. In his career against Harang, pretty good.
Well, they're giving Hanley a nice gap in left center field. Talked about the speed in the Reds outfield. Dickerson runs well, so does Bruce in right field, and of course Willie Taveras. But Taveras shading him a little bit into right, so there's a lot of room out there in left center.
Baker's at first.
And if you break down Hanley's base hits, 11 to left, 9 to center, so he mixes them up pretty well. His last base hit, a single into right field in the 6th inning.
As hard as he pulled the home run to left, though, you would think the Reds might not shade him that much to right center.
I agree.
Drives it to right, hits it well. Bruce is back at the wall. He makes the catch. Baker racing to first, and he just gets back. Boy, Hanley hit that a ton.
We talk often how it's a tough ballpark for right-handed hitters to go the opposite way. Hanley hit that well, but not quite far enough. Away, Harang was staying away. He wasn't going to allow him to pull a ball into that gap. Jay Bruce went back nicely and just in front of the wall made the grab. Ramon Hernandez hit one pretty well to right field back in the 4th inning, chasing Cody Ross.
So it's Cantu with Baker at first.
But how about the 3 swings of Hanley tonight? The home run, the base hit to right field, and then that deep fly ball.
Cantu hit a deep fly ball back in the 6th. But he's 0 for 3.
Hey, the Marlins already have had a couple of players of the week. Josh Johnson had a nice week in April. And, of course, Jorge Cantu.
One pitch, line shot right to Gonzalez, and Harang gets through the 7th. We go to the 8th, all tied at 2. Game hold of the day brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Marlin hold leaders Kiko Calero, Dan Meyer, Leo Nunez. Just as middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color. 2 quality starts so far. Josh Johnson.
Yeah, and it's a tie game. There are the numbers on both pitchers. Aaron Harang is now out of the game. He is going to sit and watch Lance Nix pinch hit for him. A journeyman left-handed hitter. Been with Texas a little bit, with Milwaukee.
Nix, and then Taveras and Dickerson.
Well, again, and we talked about this a lot in Chicago. The Marlins trying to get that win out of a starting pitcher. And if they don't get it for Josh Johnson tonight, it isn't going to be his fault. 16 starts without a win from a starter. That's a club record.
And it's a crying shame with some of the starts they've had from Johnson and Volstad. Nunez is up with Meyer. Two and two.
Well, he missed upstairs. Let's see if he comes back with that. He's got 2 chances, or 2 choices. Good fastball in or slider down and in.
Left the slider out over the plate. And Bonifacio makes the catch. We check in with Frank Fort. Frank?
All right, thanks very much, Rich. We're looking forward to Wednesday night after the Marlins-Braves game. on Fox Sports Florida. We're going to debut our newest edition of Inside the Marlins. It's called Andre Dawson, a Florida legend. Yes, that was Andre in the catcher's gear. Young man in the parks of Miami. Went to Southwest High School, on to Florida A&M. 10-plus years with the Montreal Expos. After that, he moved on to the Chicago Cubs. 8-time All-Star, 8-time Gold Glove winner. He wound up his career as a Florida Marlin, now working as a special assistant to the president in the Marlins front office. Andre Dawson, a Florida legend. That's Inside the Marlins. Starts Wednesday after the Marlins and Braves. For airtimes and dates, go on our website, fsnflorida.com. Talk to a lot of family, friends, including our very own Tommy Hutton, about the Hawk.
Frank is also, this is Frank's baby. He hosts it, he writes it, he produces it as well.
This is a good piece, too.
Who else did you talk to on the show, Frank? Who else?
Well, we got Ryan Sandberg, who's now managing in Knoxville, the Cubs AA team. We talked to, of course, radio announcer Dave Van Horn, who was there when the Hawk broke in with Montreal. We got Bill Gullickson, who's a former teammate in Montreal. His uncle, who gave him his first bat and glove and ball and started him off in the parks there. We talked to his brother. By the way, we also peeked in on Andre and his brother own a restaurant in Miami Gardens called the Mahogany Grill. We'll give you a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, I heard you got some pretty good food there, Frank.
Little single into center field, and that's a base hit. Now, Tommy, Frank dropped off our own DVD to watch of Inside the Marlins, Andre Dawson.
I have that.
And on Wednesday night, I'm going to watch it probably tomorrow morning. And on Wednesday, I'm going to hand it to our guest in the booth and let him critique it. Ken Burns, who, of course, produced that great baseball documentary, that series that was on PBS.
It's a great week for celebrity guests.
It was about 8, 9, 10 years ago that it was on. They updated it. He did an extra inning for MLB Network. And so Ken Burns will be here on Wednesday, and he will take a look at Frank's work.
Good
and
stuff.
I'm sure he'll have high marks for Frank's
by the
work.
way, speaking of high marks, Dusty Baker happy that Taveras is on base. He's the speedster. He's thinking stolen base.
And the Marlins are thinking just keep him close. Dickerson up.
168 stolen bases the last 4 years coming into this season. Had 68 last year.
Time called. Dickerson will step out. His career numbers: 174, and the percentage high. Anything over 80% is good.
So the Reds have things set up with one down the way they like to see. They have their speedster on first base. After Dickerson, they have their big bats, Votto and Phillips.
Not running, and that's a strike, and quickly it's 0-2.
Chris Dickerson's a cousin of NFL Hall of Famer Eric Dickerson.
Hey, watch this one too, Chris. Watch this one too.
Two game here in the 8th. Taveras from first. Not running. His numbers last year, we were talking about the 68 stolen bases. Dickerson was caught, or rather Taveras was caught only 7 times last year, and that's the highest stolen base percentage ever in Major League history for anyone with over 60 stolen bases. That's pretty good when you think about some of the guys that have run up the big numbers, the Ricky Hendersons, the Lou Brocks.
That's like a Davey Lopes always had a good percentage of stealing bases.
Line drive at the feet of Hermida. So Johnson, who ran into trouble in the 7th, has a couple runners on, and now a decision to be made because you've got the left-handed bat of Votto coming up, and Freddie wants the left-hander.
Not too bad of a pitch. A good two-seamer down. 5 of their 8 hits have come in the last 2 1/3 innings. So they're seeing him a little bit better. And unfortunately, JJ is going to come out of the game and give way to the left-hander Dan Meyer.
With Votto waiting, here's our Marooney called to the bullpen.
When you need a car, truck or van, leave them call Marooney.
For the big right-hander.
Yeah, he had a couple of pitches maybe that he left up, but even in this inning, that pitch that Dickerson hit was a good pitch. And got that double play ball from Rosales. But the Reds have tied it, and now they're threatening. And it's going to be up to the bullpen as JJ can only sit and watch. Pretty good numbers from Votto against lefties. Dan Meyer's done a nice job. Last year, Votto hit .292 against lefties, .299 against righties.
The splits this year, he's at .333 with a couple of home runs.
And you have to be careful. The Reds right now have real good speed on the bases.
Reds are kind of like the Phillies in that they've got some good left-handed bats in the heart of the order in Votto and Bruce.
You know, so much focus has been on other areas, the allowing of grand slams, the struggles of some starters.
Votto hits it in the air. Maben going back. Now coming in. Nice job by Cameron to get around that ball. Runners hold. There's 2 outs.
So Rich, the offense has gotten very quiet the last week or so, and that's not a good way to put together a win streak and win some games. I watched Taveras, and as soon as he saw Cameron Maben surround that ball that way, then he went back to the bag because he knew he didn't have a chance to advance.
Freddie going to mix and match here, and now you've got the right-handed bat of Brandon Phillips coming up, and Leo Nunez trots out of the bullpen. Nice job by Meyer to get that out. Here's our Marooney call to the bullpen.
When you need a car, truck or van, leave them call Marooney.
Tomorrow is a special day. Cinco de Mayo has become a cultural celebration in the United States, much like St. Patty's Day and Oktoberfest. And Corona encourages you to take time out with your friends and celebrate the Mexican holiday. Stop by your local grocery store or cantina, pick up some Corona for your Cinco de Mayo fiesta. Corona reminds you to drink responsibly. Leo Nunez takes over for Dan Meyer.
Well, a good job, as you mentioned, by Dan Meyer to get the left-hander. Now Leo Nunez has done a good job this year. His assignment, Brandon Phillips, because the next hitter is a left-hander, Jay Bruce.
Baker wants to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Man on second, signs change, so you want to make sure you don't want a wild pitch or a pass ball in this situation.
Aaron Harang is hoping that his team can get a run here, because then he would have a chance to win this ball game. Josh Johnson can't win this game, but he could lose it if the Reds were to score here and then keep that lead and win.
And that's the unfortunate thing. And once again, a Marlins starter will go winless. So that'll be 17 games without a win from a Marlins starter. But you can't fault Josh Johnson tonight.
Nunez has gone 1-0 on Brandon Phillips. Whip-like action.
A lot of Reds hitters seeing Leo Nunez for the first time. Only a few hitters. Nix a little bit. Ramon Hernandez. So not many have seen him.
Guys that have been in the American League when Nunez was with the Royals. Phillips was in the American League long ago, briefly, with the Cleveland Indians. In fact, the Indians got him from the Expos along with Grady Sizemore and Cliff Lee.
Not too bad. The Cy Young winner, an all-around tremendous player, Grady Sizemore, and Phillips.
And the funny thing was, the Indians really didn't know what to do with Phillips. They didn't have a spot for him, and they ended up trading him to the Reds for a player to be named later. And he's turned into a terrific second baseman. It's one of those trades where you trade for a guy like Phillips because of the tools that he has and the potential that he has, and then some players fulfill that potential. And Phillips is one of those guys who blossomed with a chance to play every day. And he was essentially out of options as well with Cleveland. They, at the time, didn't have a roster spot for him. And that's how the Reds swooped in and picked him up.
Yeah, he was acquired in that deal that you mentioned with Cliff Lee, Grady Sizemore, for Bartolo Colon.
Yeah, that was the dismantling that Mark Shapiro did, and when he kind of rebuilt the Indians.
They've locked him in. He's in a 4-year contract, takes him through 2011.
Nunez has run the count, though, to 3-1. Sharp ground ball, foul. Now it's a full count. Now the runners are going to start. Remember, Jay Bruce, left-handed bats on deck. Nobody in the Marlins bullpen, so the plan is for Nunez to get this right-hander out.
And don't mention, Rich, that if the Marlins don't, that could bring Bruce up with the bases loaded.
Note to self. Tavares and Dickerson aboard. Great speed for the Reds. The 3-2. Oh, that hit Chuck Merriweather, and Baker has to go back and make sure Chuck is all right.
Boy, that took him back on his heels. Chuck's a big guy. And watch this foul tip right off the square of his mask, and it takes him back a few steps. Listen. And look at how John Baker went back. He knew that that ball caught Chuck Merriweather. And, you know, a catcher, they know that feeling. And he immediately went back to try to steady Chuck Merriweather.
Well, we've seen Kerwin Danley get hit a couple of times in the past 2 years and actually have to be taken off in a stretcher.
Well, we've learned one thing about Chuck Merriweather. He can take a punch. Because he didn't go down, and he's still there.
Still a full count. Still 2 outs. Still Taveras out there at second. And Dickerson at first. And it's still 2-2 in the 8th.
We talked about the speed on the bases, and with the 3-2 2-out pitch coming of it, they're both going to be flying. Taveras and Dickerson.
Nunez and Phillips. Runners go. Line shot. Hanley makes the catch. A leaping grab. Nunez gets out of trouble by the narrowest of margins. What a night for Hanley.
Brandon Phillips not happy. Look at the way John Baker jumped high in the air thinking, oh, man. Then he saw the catch.
It's been a great ball game here tonight. You've got 2 quality starts from Josh Johnson and Aaron Harang, and now it's into the bullpen. And a familiar face to Marlin fans.
Well, you've been giving the terrific numbers of David Weathers so far this year. He's been pretty terrific against Dan Uggla. Uggs is 0 for 7 in his career against Weathers. Look at that. 0-0 ERA. Opposition batting average 125.
Uggla left field deep. Taveras finds it out there.
Just got under it.
And there's one out. Hermida comes up. We heard from Weathers tonight to start our night on Marlins Live. He and Frank Fort talking about playing for the very first Florida Marlins team. And Weathers said in that interview he's very proud of the fact that he was here at the very beginning, at the start of things.
He can reminisce with Jeff Conine a little bit. I bet Niner could tell some good stories about David Weathers.
They were in a warm embrace when I saw them down on the field. '94 through '96. Now Weathers has a World Series ring, but it's not with the Marlins. It's with the Yankees in '96.
So a couple of 39-year-olds, Arthur Rhodes and David Weathers.
Well, Cordero's no spring chicken either. I think he's 33.
Yeah, Cordero 33 and will turn 34 in about a week, more than a week.
Wake up, Francisco. There you go. The 2-2.
Yeah, wake up. You might have a bad dream of Cody Ross.
For me to try to get on. Full count, 1 out. Bottom 8. There is Ross. The Cincinnati Reds here for 2. Such a great tradition and history in Cincinnati. 5 world championships. That's a strike. A backup fastball. David Weathers strikes out Hermida. Our checkers double tonight. 2 plays from the Gold Glover Brandon Phillips.
Emilio Bonifacio up the middle, robbed by Brandon Phillips. How about John Baker up the middle and a backhand flip to get the force. 2 dandy plays by a guy who we mentioned the last 2 years has led the National League in fielding percentage, won a Gold Glove last year.
Here's Cody Ross.
This is where the problem has been. Dan Ugla was 3 for 20 on the road trip. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Jeremy Hermida 2 for 22 on the trip. Did have an RBI single tonight. And Cody just a 3 for 24 trip, but it looks like he swung the bat better. A couple of hits tonight.
I think one of the things that has hurt the Marlins offensively is that, remember, this is a team, as Lindstrom gets loose, this is a team that was revamped in the offseason for more speed. And the problem is that speed's not getting on base. Bonifacio and Maben in particular. Ross hits a high fly ball out into center field. Taveras. 1, 2, 3 go the fish in the 8th. ball game in the top of the ninth. It's at the elbow room. Brett Carroll's out in left field. And so Carroll comes in. Nunez into his second inning in relief. And Jay Bruce, the guy that the Marlins didn't want to have to face with the bags loaded. That's how important the Hanley Ramirez catch was on the liner by Brandon Phillips. Bruce, Hernandez, Rosales for the Reds.
And if you look ahead to the bottom half of the ninth inning, you have Cameron Maben, then a pinch hitter, and back to the top of the order.
Three and 0 from Nunez. Cordero is up in case the Reds take the lead. Rhodes is up probably if the game stays tied. Although Weathers might be able to go another inning as well.
Yeah, pitcher's up 5th in this inning. Could be getting Rhodes ready for a matchup for a pinch hitter.
Aaron Harang went 7, struck out 9, gave up 2 runs. Josh Johnson went 7 1/3, struck out 6, walked no one, gave up 2 runs. Jay Bruce now occupies first base in the 9th. Jaguar performer of the game. First inning, no doubt. Nice catch. And this, a run-saving catch. Check out the new R Performance vehicles at your local Jaguar dealer or on JaguarUSA.com.
By the way, that walk is Hanley gets ready for maybe a double play. The first walk issued by the Marlins tonight. And it's not in a good situation. A leadoff walk in a tie game at the top of the 9th inning.
And a veteran at the plate in Hernandez. These are situations where if you're an 8th inning guy, so to speak, as Nunez is, and he did get an opportunity to try to close a game. This is almost as good as a save situation. Game's on the line.
And it looks like Hernandez is trying to give you an out. However, he's not a bad, even though we've talked about him with home run, he's not a bad contact guy. You can't rule out a hit and run, but it looks like he's trying to move the runner with a sacrifice.
It was Mark Berry, the third base coach. Drops down the bunt, first base side. That's a veteran.
And nicely done.
Reds have that go ahead in scoring position. Here comes Rosales.
Number 23.
Marlins and Reds tied here. Bottom of the 9th in Atlanta, the Mets lead 6-4. Phillies up 6-1 over the Cardinals in the 6th. Perez got, or rather, Nunez got away with a flat slider there. And Rosales took it for a strike. Popped him up. Baker.
I got it! Yeah, Baker!
So 2 outs. Bruce still in scoring position.
Let's see if you can listen to John Baker.
I got it! Yeah, Baker!
I don't think that was Baker's
That might have
voice.
been somebody else. That was a fan. Sounded like Bake. Bake knew that he had it.
That might have been a Red trying to decoy. Or a fan sitting next to our microphone. Alex Gonzalez. At the knees, that's a strike.
Alex still makes his home here in South Florida. Like Jerry Hairston getting ready.
Two. There's that spot.
Yeah, keep Gonzo away from there. 0-3 with the Marlins. The regular season had 15 home runs, 18 home runs, and 77 RBIs.
Oh, 2 pitch. Another liner. This time Hanley doesn't have to jump. Reds are done in the 9th. Marlins have a chance to walk off. Nunez keeps it at 2-2. One of the most memorable nights in Cody Ross's baseball career last year against Francisco Cordero and the Reds. The Marlins were down a couple. There were 2 on. There were 2 outs. And Ross walked him off. A 3-run shot. The Marlins won that ball game. And here they are, the Reds and the Marlins, for the first time in 2009. Arthur Lee Rhodes comes in. The lefty has been outstanding.
Well, you saw the numbers on David Weathers. Rhodes, another 39-year-old, has been just as brilliant.
Cameron Maben hits a high pop-up. Rosales runs out of room.
And I'll tell you what, Rich, last year when the Marlins had Arthur Rhodes for 25 games, a 2-0 record at an 0.68 ERA. So it's going to be Wes Helms. He's on deck getting ready to follow Cameron Maben.
Rhodes misses outside.
Always good control pinpoints that fastball.
Kind of an unflappable guy who's pitched on some very good teams in his career. He was with the Baltimore Orioles early in his career when the Orioles were significant in the mid-90s. And then he ended up in Seattle and had 4 very good years in Seattle from 2000 through 2003. Moved around since then: Oakland, Cleveland, Philly, back to Seattle, and of course the Marlins last year, as Tommy pointed out.
Early in his career, a couple of years there with Baltimore, he was a starter. But for the most part, after that, has worked out of the bullpen.
He's one of the oldest guys to have Tommy John surgery. He had it just a couple seasons ago, back in 2007. And he carves up Cameron Maybin, who was looking for something other than a fastball down the middle.
Tough night for Cameron. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And he had started to swing, and you hope you see improvement. He had started to swing the bat. You and I both agreed, much better on the road trip.
I think for any young player, be it Jay Bruce or a Cameron Maybin, the mental side of playing in the major leagues is the biggest hurdle to get over, is the ability to deal with adversity.
Because most young players who have gotten here didn't have adversity, or they wouldn't have gotten here. They were always successful.
Helms now. As a pinch hitter, the Marlins know that Wes Helms, a good guy in this spot. Helms still can bring it, or rather Rhodes can still bring it. 93 miles an hour.
It's a short arm type delivery too. And look at how he tries to spot that fastball.
Helms, there's another pinch hit.
Well, Wes just continues. He got a pinch hit in the 9th inning yesterday off Kevin Gregg. And when you get into that spot that Wes and Ross Gloder in, you don't play much and you pinch hit, you're usually pinch hitting against a top quality relief pitcher. So a good swing and a good start with 1 down.
As a pinch hitter, active leaders, and Helms climbing. Here's Bonifacio against Rhodes. This has been the best side of the plate for Bonifacio this year.
Bonifacio not in agreement with Chuck Merriweather's call. Boy, they actually finally got underway in New York at Red Sox-Yankee game just in the 2nd inning.
Breaking ball, line into right field, base hit. Helms around second. That's as far as he'll get.
Yeah, Bruce has a pretty strong throwing arm. And as soon as Wes took a step or two around second, he picked up the stop sign from Bo Porter. And now Amezaga is going to go run for Wes Helms. Nice hitting. It's been a good night for Bonifacio. He's hit the ball well every time except once, and that was on a ground ball to short. There's that stop sign. There's Wes picking up Bo. And there's Alfredo to pinch run.
John Baker is due up. Ronnie Polino is emerging. The Reds have a right-hander ready. So the Marlins can do a couple things here. Well, you know what? If they bring Paulino out, he's got to hit.
He's got to stay in the game, and Dusty Baker knows that.
We'll see what he wants to do. Nick Bassett, the righty, was up, and he's ready.
I think in Dusty's mind, and Dusty's always been a veteran guy, type manager, he would, I think, rather leave it in the hands of the veteran Arthur Rhodes than bring in a younger, less experienced pitcher. Even though it favors this matchup, the Marlins. Look at that, 360 in his career against lefties.
So it's Paulino against Rhodes with speed at second now. Amezaga. Bonifacio's at first. Hanley's on deck. One out. Bottom of the ninth. And Rhodes bends one up there. Hanley awaits. Rhodes is ready.
And Freddie's throwing out all the stops in this inning. With Helms, with the Meziga pinch running for him, with Paulino pinch hitting for Baker. Remember, Brett Carroll came in the game last half inning.
In the dirt. And it's 2-1. Johnny B. Baker. Two and two.
Pretty good pitch for Ronnie. Got a fastball. A little up. I think he got more of the plate than Arthur wanted.
And Paulino strikes out. Rhodes climbed the ladder on him.
Yeah, he did. He saw him chase the one before, went up a little bit higher, and got him to chase that one. Here comes that high fastball up a little bit more, and Ronnie Paulino can't stay off of it. Dusty does not want, I don't think, Arthur pitching to Hanley Ramirez.
Looks like he's got to discuss.
He might, though. Again, he may prefer the veteran pitcher. Nah, he's made the move already. He's made the move.
Reds go to their bullpen. Hanley's coming up in the bottom of the ninth. Armaruti called to the bullpen.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call? Maruti!
And Hanley stands in with Amezaga at second, Bonifacio at first, in a 2-2 game with 2 outs in the ninth. Nick Massett takes over for Arthur Rhodes. Hanley went after the first pitch. It's 0-1.
You know, you hear this so often of young pitchers. Massett's 26. A lot of minor league time, but just briefly with the Reds last year. At times, good fastball, slider, and curve, but at times can have trouble with that command.
Misses low. You've got Hanley, and if Massett can't throw strikes, then you've got Cantu with a chance to win it and start this mini homestand off with a win.
And, you know, this is the type of game right now Dusty Baker is hoping for extra innings because he's better set up right now on his bench. He hasn't had to use the number of players that Freddie has.
And in his bullpen, he hasn't brought his closer in, Cordero. Of course, when you're on the road, you can save that closer and see if you can get the lead in the top of an inning and then bring him in the bottom.
Yeah, Dusty has McDonald, Yanish, and Hairston, and Hannigan, and Freddie has Ross Glode left.
Cordero sitting and waiting. 2-1. It's outside.
That first pitch Hanley saw was the fastball. He hasn't seen any since. And there's Matt Lindstrom.
That's the flip side. When you're at home in a tie game, oftentimes you bring your closer in to work the top of an inning just because that's the only time you can bring him in. (3-1). Lost him.
And there's that issue of command from Massett.
The Marlins' best clutch hitter last year and this year is that man. Wouldn't this be a great way to get his Cinco de Mayo started? They are loaded.
What a grand slam. I mean, the Marlins have seen enough of it on the other end.
5 times. That's outside.
But again, you really have to be patient with this guy because right now as a hitter, you've watched Massett walk Hanley. The pressure is on the pitcher and not the hitter. He has to throw strikes.
Cantu in the air, right field. Bruce is calling extra innings on the way here at Dolphin Stadium. 2-2. Ameziga's out in center, so he stays in the game. In the 9 spot, there's Polino. Ronnie Polino is in the 2 spot in the order. And here's Matt Lindstrom.
Well, so far this year, the Marlins have played 4 extra inning games, and they're 3-1.
Lindstrom's spot will be 8th in the order in Cameron Maben's position. Did I get that right?
You got that right.
Jerry Hairston Jr.,
Saw
the
him on
versatile
deck
one.
last inning.
So Lindstrom comes in. It's not a save situation, but again, the role of a closer, when you get to extra innings, it really changes. If you're at home, you want to use them, you might as well use them early. Give yourself a chance to win. If you're on the road, you can wait to see if you can get the lead. Or if you get in trouble in the bottom half of an inning and you have to bring him in, you got to bring him in.
You got him there.
Jared Burton.
I think the thing to watch in Lindstrom, and he missed with that second pitch, the breaking ball, is to see what kind of command he has with his other pitches.
Line shot center, Ameziga there.
That was a breaking ball again, but Hairston was right on it. Been some well-hit balls tonight, but the defense has been there.
Tavares.
Come on, Richard. Let's go, Richard.
Lindstrom
That was right down the middle.
with a fastball for a strike. The Cubs are playing tonight. Guess who's homered tonight?
Ryan Terrio.
Yep. His third.
Wow.
What did he hit? Like 7 career homers before a few days ago?
He had, coming into this year, 7 career home runs. So he now has 10.
And he hit 2, obviously, against the Marlins.
Wow.
4-2 Cubs over the Giants in the bottom of the 7th.
Ryan Dempster for the Cubs tonight.
The Mets finished off the Braves 6-4. John Maine beating Javier Vasquez. Carlos Beltran hit a couple homers. David Wright homered. Chipper Jones homered. Washington came back to beat Houston 9-4. Giving John Lannon his first win. Baltimore beat the Rays 8-4. Scott Kazmir already has 6 decisions. He's 3-3. Chopper. Hanley. Just got it.
No time for any bobble with Willie Tavares going up the line.
The Phillies are beating the Cardinals as well. Here's that full speed.
Got a little advantage because he's a right-handed hitter.
You
It's still a bang-bang play.
You could almost hear the footsteps going down the line.
Well, if I had shut up, you'd have really hurt him.
That's the work of Mark Butler in our audio room. Mark Rubin is our director tonight. And John Sulzer, of course, at the controls. That's hammered. Foul.
Almost. Hey, calm down there, buddy. Push it a little.
Ken Lee, our graphics coordinator. Steve Cardamone is manning the world's most dangerous tape room.
Great.
Dickerson with a couple of hits.
I know you hear us. It's the only way you get up base. Love your shin.
Let's see if you're wondering. Ugla, Brett Carroll, and Cody Ross due up for the Marlins. Oh, nice. See, just watching Matt Lindstrom in this inning, he's thrown that hard slider a number of times. He's missed a couple, but he's thrown it in the strike zone. And when he can do that, that just enhances his fastball.
1-2. Yep, went around. Lindstrom looked sharp. A 1-2-3-10. Marlins go to work in a 2-2 game in the 10th. On car insurance, visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Buy tobacco-free Florida. For more information, visit us on the web at tobaccofreeflorida.com. By the collection, love cars? Join the club. And by Dodge, grab life by the horns. Love those steel drums. Bottom 10. 2-2 game.
Well, a new pitcher for Dusty Baker's Reds, Jared Burton. Saw him warming up in the bullpen. A lot of fastballs and sliders. He's into the game after Hairston pinch hit for Massett.
Finish it up, baby. Come on, Ugla.
Massett got the big out on the Cantu fly ball out. Ugla at the knees. That's outside. A ball and a strike.
Well, I think important in a lot of ways, Raniel Pinto getting loose to start this mini homestand off with a win, but to not let another start just go wasted. Another terrific start tonight from Josh Johnson.
Ugla left field and deep to the wall, and he didn't get enough of it at the track.
Boy, Daniels just missed a couple of balls tonight.
One down.
Just a little bit under it. Fans thought initially that it was going to be a home run. And it almost looked like some wind just kind of knocked it down, didn't allow it to carry.
Brett Carroll Takes inside. Now, Brett Carroll has never hit a home run in the big leagues. And you wouldn't know it by looking at his numbers. But his last 3 or 4 at-bats have been good ones. He's hit the ball hard. But it's so tough to do. And that's get 3 or 4 at-bats a week and stay sharp. 1-1. But Carroll has been outstanding defensively. He's the best outfielder defensively that the Marlins have.
Yeah, and it's certainly not from lack of work. The work that he puts in defensively, offensively.
Popped him up, first base side. Votto makes the catch. So here comes Ross, who is 2 for 4.
Well, let's see. He had a walk-off against the Reds and Cordero last year. Last year, Cody Ross hit .350 with 3 home runs and 8 RBIs against Cincinnati.
Over the clock, Cody. Over the clock.
And Cincinnati, a team that he was with briefly. And I say briefly because in 06, 2 games with the Cincinnati Reds, he was 1 for 5.
Briefly a Dodger, briefly a Red. Sharply hit. Oh, foul. Allows Diaz, the third base umpire, with a foul ball.
Well, Rosales, the third baseman, playing on the line. He's only a couple steps.
Yep, it is.
And unfortunately for Cody, because that ball took a nasty hop and would have been a 2-base hit.
Everything's nice, buddy. Straighten out a little bit, brother. You got this. Go get. Yes.
Ross glowed on deck. That's the pitcher's spot. And that's the end of the line for Freddie's bench. Jared Burton took over for Nick Massett, who took over for Arthur Rhodes, who took over for David Weathers. It was an Aaron Harang start. And we're headed to the 11th. Down goes Ross. 11th inning. And the Marlins go to their bullpen. Reniel Pinto is out of the pen. The Reds have the heart of their order. Votto, Phillips, and Bruce due up here in the 11th. So not an easy task for Pinto.
No, but a couple of lefties. And that's why Pinto's in there.
Lindstrom looks sharp. It's one of the reasons Freddie brought Lindstrom into the ball game yesterday. Not in a save situation, but needed to get him some work.
Yeah, and it was good. He faced just a couple of hitters, got one out, deep fly ball. So it was good to see that. And I think sometimes you can just tell the sharpness when you see a little more work. You and I are always much sharper the more we work.
You sure about that?
Good numbers for Pinto's last 3 times out. Extra innings really hone us.
Honus Wagner?
Hone us down.
Towards the line, it's going to fall. It's a base hit. Carroll up with the ball. Oh, great play. Bad throw. Cantu alertly in there to cut it off. Carroll with Votto thinking double. Got to it and came up firing.
Well, that ball sliced by Joey Votto, and you know if Brett Carroll can't get there, it's going to find its way on the grass. He has to pull up, play the hop, and then he just unloaded with a strong throw, but way too strong. But fortunately, Jorge Cantu was right there.
That's a cute picture up there. Boy, take that picture. Hey, Brandon. That's a cute picture up there. Brandon, still up. Let's go to the cover of GQ, Brandon. Let go.
So Votto's over at first.
He's a little bit like Ryan Zimmerman, doesn't he?
Or Nick Johnson without the beard.
Yeah.
Those two are a little happier tonight as Washington won 9-4 over Houston. Milwaukee won, and Trevor Hoffman got his 4th save.
How about Zimmerman? Did he get a hit tonight? Still on that 21-game hitting streak.
I'm scrolling.
Oh, he was 4 for 4, I'm told.
No, you have good sources. Scored 3 runs.
That's one of the quietest 22-game hitting streaks in baseball.
What were the national when the Marlins last saw the boys in blue and red, the Nationals?
He was just signing a new contract. So under his new contract, he's yet to be hitless.
And the Nationals were 1-10, right? They're now 7-17. They've gone 6-7 since. Your NL East up to the minute with the Mets win over Atlanta and Washington's win. Phillies are up 6-1 in the 8th. Ground ball, Bonifacio. Ugla, nice turn, not in time.
That was nice on both parts. A good pick by Bonifacio and a nice throw on to second base. And I thought Dan Ugla couldn't have turned it any quicker. There's the throw. But the speed of Brandon Phillips, he was able to get there just ahead of the throw.
The Reds trade runners and get some speed out of the deal at first. Bruce
play-by-play voices down on the near the field.
And it's not Regis. Did somebody call timeout? Or was that a ball? I guess Bruce got timeout, so there was no pitch. One and one. Six home runs already this year for the young outfielder.
And remember, we talked about the two guys that steal for Dusty Baker, Willie Taveras, and the other is at first base, Brandon Phillips. He has 4 stolen bases this year.
Ramon Hernandez. The Reds play in a ballpark where the home run certainly has been king. But I think as they look at their roster over the offseason, Dusty Baker and Walt Jocketty, a little more emphasis on speed. I think that the formula they may be looking at is what the Phillies have in a similar ballpark. Still have some power, but also have speed.
Well, and also when you have a ballpark such as Great American Ballpark or Citizens Bank, you can get power out of guys a la Shane Victorino that might not give you power in a bigger park.
Counts 3-1 with 1 out.
Boy, chase ball 4.
Well, we'll see if Phillips has a good read on Pinto's move.
I think Phillips is going to be going there.
1 out. Not running. And Pinto lost him. Now Ramon Hernandez, who had one of the big hits for the Reds, the RBI single in the 7th. That's when the Reds got 2 runs against Josh Johnson. Now,
with that walk, Cordero got himself up.
And he'll toss it lightly. Unless the Reds take the lead, then he'll really get ready to go in the bottom of the 11th. Pinto could use a ground ball. Johnson and Harang started this game. Phillips. Bruce.
Pinto with the fastball and changeup. Not to say that he can't, but he's not a ground ball type pitcher. He doesn't throw that two-seamer, doesn't get guys to roll over and hit the ground balls.
Phillips dancing from second. First of a 2-game series. Fly ball left field. Carroll makes the catch. 2-game series in baseball are pretty rare. 2 2-game series in a row are almost unheard of. But the Marlins have that with the Reds here and the Braves here.
Well, the unbalanced schedule has thrown everything out of whack. And interleague play, like it or not, has caused a lot of that. The Marlins will play 6 games against the Reds, but they'll have a 4-game series in Cincinnati. I don't think that's till July or August.
Try September, aren't we there in
How about September?
Yeah.
We don't see these guys until September 17th. Be 2 weeks left of the season after that.
Rosales now. I like your description early in the ballgame about Rosales and that he's an energy guy.
Yeah, they told me that he was one of the last cuts in spring training.
That's not a term that you hear often in baseball. It's more of a basketball term.
Yeah, kind of an Alfredo Amezaga energy guy, and he is kind of an all-purpose guy, plays many positions.
I think he tried to ask for time there.
He didn't get it because he's saying it. Didn't get it. He did the right thing by staying in there. Tried to take his hand off the bat, but didn't get the request granted, and then got a high fastball from Pinto.
0-2 pitch. Pinto pitches out of trouble here in the 11th. Marlins and Reds still 2-2. Has it been? Bags loaded. 2 outs. Reds escape. 11th inning. Runner in scoring position. Marlins escape.
Pinto climbed the ladder on Rosales. Made some good pitches. Each team has had chances and opportunities, and you look at the evenness of the game. 2 runs, 9 hits for each team.
Paul Yadish takes over at short. And it's the pitcher spot due up, and so Ross Glode finally comes in as a pinch hitter. Jared Burton, 2nd inning in relief. Up the middle, Giannis.
Boy, he gets tested right away. You have to wonder if there's something wrong with Alex Gonzalez, because it wasn't any kind of a double switch made with Giannis. Burton stayed in the game, and you have the glove of Alex Gonzalez that you've removed from the game, even though Giannis made a nice play there. So you have to wonder if there may be something wrong with Alex.
Amezaga now, his first at bat. He came in as a pinch runner.
Another well-hit ball, too. Ross Gloat hit that one right on the nose.
Burke Badenhop in the Marlins pen. Alfredo slices one out towards center. And Amezaga's aboard.
Here's why we're in the 11th inning in a 2-2 tie. The Reds are 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and the Marlins are 1 for 7. Nice swing, couple of well-hit balls. Gloat hit his well, and Alfredo stung that one. Got a couple of guys, got the ingredients, maybe not on the first pitch, but you have the ingredients for a possible hit and run.
Bonifacio. Amezaga was bluffing. And you could see Hernandez coming right out of his stance, ready to throw.
And that's what that bluff can do. Not the greatest of percentage by Alfredo, but 48 career steals. But that bluff brought Hernandez up, and whether it was a borderline pitch, it was out of the strike zone, but sometimes that blocks the umpire.
Amezaga's running now, and it's fouled at the plate.
And there was that hit and run.
Alfredo got a pretty good jump.
I think Freddie has found out with Bonifacio, with a hit and run situation like that, it makes him concentrate even a little bit more to make contact.
Got Ronnie Polino on deck. Uh-oh. Amezaga was leaning.
It's a quick move.
That can't happen.
Not in a tie game in the 11th inning. You just can't get picked off. And you know what? You don't see that too often from Alfredo. He's such a good base runner that you don't see that mistake too often.
And he leaned.
And you know what? And I don't know if the hit and run was on again. If the hit and run was on, you are not supposed to get picked off. Your objective is not to get a great jump. It's just to get a jump and be on the move. And your hope is that the hitter protects you. Now, if you were stealing, another situation, but still you just can't get picked off there.
1-2 to Bonifacio. Look at that. The Reds have now picked off 6. Got him. Bonifacio goes down to the 12th. 2-2. Colorado was not kind to the Fish last year. The Marlins hoping for a better weekend in the Rocky Mountains. Friday through Sunday at Colorado, and then it's on to Miller Park. Oh, Miller Park. They love us there. And of course, the racing sausages. That was a big race for Chorizo. That got him started last year to a very good season.
I don't have to remind Marlins fans about that 18-17 loss last year in Denver.
Was that 4th of July?
Yeah.
Didn't Matt Holliday have like 3 or 4 homers, it seemed like?
You know, he just hit his first home run of the year, I think yesterday for Oakland. Burke Badenhop in. There's Paul Giannis, who came in to play short.
Well, the hopper, Giannis, as we pointed out earlier, made his major league debut as a defensive replacement last year, and then in extra innings off Reniel Pinto.
Got a change up, stroked it the other way, and had a game-winning hit.
As I remember, his mom had just driven up to see him make his major league debut.
And she was there in time to see that.
Out of Rice University. That's real trouble. Giannis aboard. Our thoughts are with Rick Ankiel, who was taken off the field in St. Louis tonight on a stretcher. Apparently, while making a catch, he fell into the wall and went face first into the wall. The Phillies leading that game 6-1 in the ninth.
In St. Louis.
In St. Louis. So if we get an update on that, we will pass it along.
I hope he's okay. Pinch hitter Darnell McDonald.
Mike Lincoln is in the bullpen. Let's see what the Reds do here. Well, good bullpen tonight from both sides. Meyer, Nunez, Lindstrom, Pinto. Here's Badenhop. Darnell McDonald. That means the Reds are going to have to bring out a new arm in the bottom of the 12th.
Yeah, they have Mike Lincoln down there throwing.
McDonald fouls it off, and it's 1-1.
McDonald, not a kid, 30 years old. He is a lifetime minor league player, 11 years in the minor leagues. Dusty Baker has that hit and run situation or possibility. He could go to that, or he could stay with the sacrifice. That's when you have to know your personnel. And all those years in the minor leagues, McDonald has not shown a great effort in trying to bunt. Look at that.
That's in his major league career. He has 28 of them in the minors, but not a lot in the later years. McDonald, 30 years old. Chopper over the middle, brings Hanley right to the bag. And he gets the double play. 6-3. Billy Hatcher, the first base coach, is going to escort McDonald away from the first base umpire, Eric Cooper.
Well, at this point in time, neither team can avoid a player getting thrown out, getting in any kind of an argument. I thought Hanley took a little bit too much time And that is very close. McDonald may have had an argument. He got down that line quickly.
What's the term when you're skateboarding or surfing with the wrong foot? Is it goofy footed?
Goofy foot. You're goofy foot.
He goofy footed that turn because normally a shortstop will step on the bag with the left foot. But I think Hanley,
sometimes you just get your feet kind of crossed up.
Yeah. And that almost allowed.
I think it took a little off the throw.
Right. It
That's
allowed
what happened.
McDonald an extra half step. Made that play even closer. You were a surfer, right? Southern California?
Goofy footer, too. And on the skateboard, too.
Zipping around Pasadena.
Of course, the skateboards back then were just made out of
board.
An old board, and you ripped off skates from somebody's roller skates. An old pair of skates.
They hadn't invented fiberglass yet.
No,
right?
no.
Good bunt. Baden hop. Great play.
Nice play by the hopper.
2 bang plays at first base. Marlins going to the bottom of the 12th. Tied at 2. Left.
When did that happen?
I think that was yesterday.
Was Regis with us tonight?
That was last homestand.
The offense has been a little cold on both sides. And as you mentioned, Rich, both bullpens have done a good job. Because the 2 runs for each team coming off the starters. There's Mike Lincoln. Good live fastball and a real tough 12-6 over the top curveball.
Speedy leadoff man Ronnie Paulino. With Hanley Ramirez and Jorge Cantu. Marlins have used everybody.
And the only man left for Dusty Baker is his backup catcher, Ryan Hannigan. That's it. There's that hook.
Well, I know one thing. Aaron Harang isn't going to have to pitch in relief in this one. Last year, and it ended up costing the Reds. Harang went 4 innings in relief. I believe it was a game in San Diego, and he had forearm issues. After that, he was working on just 2 days rest. It was, I think, an 18-inning game. But Harang's already put his work in. He already went 7 innings.
Mike Lincoln, a very interesting story. Guy who didn't pitch for 3 years. 05, 06, 07. I wonder what Frank Fort's been doing.
Is Frank still here? It's 11 o'clock. Here's a 1-2. It's outside. We've already seen.
I got the rally sombrero on. Hey, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's the 11th inning. We'll try anything, right?
And it's almost Cinco de Mayo.
It is, so it's appropriate.
An hour away. Ooh.
Boy,
pretty good pitch.
Ramon Hernandez was ready to throw it around the infield. Yeah, Mike Lincoln had elbow surgery, kind of battled around independent leagues, but 3 years did not pitch. And here he is back at the big league. 64 games last year for the Reds.
High pop, Rosales. So here comes Hanley. Who's the best pitcher in baseball right now?
Let's see. You got Roy Halladay, possibly.
On the cover of Sports Illustrated this week, Zach Greinke.
Zach Greinke.
With the headline, the best pitcher in baseball.
And how did he do tonight against the Chicago White Sox?
They shut him out 3-0.
Oh, wow. He came into that game with an 0.50 ERA. So he's 6-0.
His ERA is 0.40 now.
Oh. I heard him described the other day as a John Smoltz type.
John Smoltz continues to try to come back with the Red Sox.
Yeah, I read the other day they shut him down, though. He was throwing there for a while, and they've told him to shut down and kind of rest a bit before he starts throwing again.
So I wonder if he's going to go back to throwing off flat ground. 0-2. Oh, that's a fastball and a strike.
That fastball just came back. Good movement, good pitch, perfect location. Can't make a better one. And Hanley knew it.
Cantu.
So the Marlins have struck out 15 times tonight.
Long night for Cantu. He had the bags loaded in the ninth with 2 outs. A rare dry spell.
You know, the alarming number, in my opinion, is that the Marlins have tried to kind of revamp things, cut down on the strikeouts, and they lead the league in striking out. And as you pointed out earlier, you get the speedy guys. You want to get them on base, but they've been striking out and not getting on base.
Cantu rips it in the corner. He'll be in scoring position with 2 outs for Ugla.
Double number 6 on the year for Jorge Cantu, and sometimes those rallies come with 2 out. Not too many pitches in the inner part of the plate. Lincoln left that one right in a nice hitting zone for Jorge Cantu, and there's that double into the corner. Boy, they're going to put Dan Ugla on and pitch to Brett Carroll. Right now, both managers know the moves that they can make because they know that the other manager can't counter.
So Ugla will be put on, and Carroll's going to get at bat number 2. He popped out in his first at bat.
Yeah, you have a young guy, minimal playing time, certainly from Brett Carroll. He's played the outfield tremendously, struggled offensively. You cannot imagine what a base hit for Brett Carroll right here to win this game would do for, obviously for the team, but what it would do for him.
Big curveball. 1-0.
As expected, Alex Gonzalez did have an injury.
Left oblique strain. Up the middle, Phillips, not again. Safe at second.
What a nice at bat. Great swing by Brett Carroll. Only the effort of Brandon Phillips kept his club in the game.
And good hustle by Dan Ugla to beat that flip. Boy, Brandon Phillips twice has stolen hits over the middle, and it looked like he'd done it a third time.
A base hit for Brett Carroll, but because Brandon Phillips get to this ball, look at how closely it comes to the pitcher, Mike Lincoln. Phillips is there, almost gets the force. Good call by second base ump Mike Riley, and good hustle by Dan Ugla.
Cody Ross. Bags loaded.
This all started with 2 out.
You can't 2-double. They intentionally walked Ugla. Oh, Ross had a good fastball that hit. 2 career walk-off hits. We've showed you a couple times the home run. That against Cincinnati last year. That's a strike. Big curveball.
There's that 12-6er we were talking about it.
Let's see if he throws it again. He almost had better control with the curveball than he has the fastball.
Well, he went fastball there. And because of that, you got a feeling he might throw the curveball, but as a hitter, you can't sit on that curveball with 2 strikes.
Let's see what Cody gets. 2-2. Curveball. Fouled it back. Still 2-2. Bags loaded. No place to put Ross. Now it's a full count.
Now he might have to go with that pitch, the fastball that he hasn't been as in control of. And he really showed me something. He'd show Cody Ross something if he went with a curveball too.
2-2 in the 12th. 2 outs. Bags loaded. Counts 3-2. Lincoln to the plate. Fastball, ground ball. Giannis gets the out. And we're going to the 13th. Still 2-2. Scott ended up in the glove of Paul Janisch.
Well, you know, it was a borderline pitch, but when you're up there 3-2 count, the last thing you want to have happen is to get called out on strikes. He got on top of it, but the ground ball went right to Janisch.
So it's Dickerson, Votto, Phillips, and Badenhop is out there for the Fish. Hanley up the line. Cantu has to grab it and tag it, and that doesn't feel too good when you got a sore left wrist.
That's how he injured it the day after he got hit on that wrist. And you're right. You can see him with that glove off. Good play by Hanley, but the throw kind of sails on him a little. Yeah, and you can feel that.
Hopper's
boy, and you know Jorge Cantu knows there's nobody else left.
Yeah. Hopper's giving him as much time as he can. And Cantu is in a lot of pain right now.
That's the thing. His teammates know that he's had that for a while.
How many innings does your scorebook have?
I've got 15. I can get 17 out of it.
I purposely stopped mine at 12. So I'm in the margin right now.
Oh, okay.
1-1. Votto has a couple of hits. One and two.
You know, it's what you get for planning things the next day.
What do you got planned tomorrow morning, Tommy?
Well, I had something planned. I may pass on that now.
We haven't gone so long. My kids were hoping that I'd be up to take them to school tomorrow.
You might be able to come in and just take them to school, be able to fix breakfast and everything.
No. They get an early start towards the corner, and that ball is foul.
Boy, it had home run distance too. Shows you the kind of power that Votto has. Opposite field power. Has himself a couple of hits tonight, and he uses the entire field. A couple of times Brett Carroll peeked to see where he was and hit off that.
Boy, be careful. Be careful, Brett Carroll. Remember last year.
And again, you have nobody left. No extra men left.
Which means Badenhop is going to lead off the bottom of the 13th. It's a good pitch. It's 3-2.
Everybody trying their hand at the rally sombrero.
Votto walks.
I think Bobby Dorfman looked good with that sombrero.
We just came from Wrigley Field.
There's Bobby.
Wasn't that the line of the immortal Harry Carey? Who's the guy in the?
He had many.
Who's the guy in the sombrero?
Viva la Dorfman.
See,
Craig trying to keep a straight face there with Bobby behind him.
I kind of. It's a real gray area for me now, whether it's a Harry Carey line or it's a Will Ferrell doing Harry Carey line.
Yeah, you get mixed up every once in a while.
I think Harry said. See, I don't know if Harry said that who's the guy in the sombrero or if that was Will Ferrell. I think it was. I think Ferrell definitely was the guy that said, "If the moon were made of cheese, would you eat it?" But a strike to Brandon Phillips. They still got Cordero down there. Two-two game. Badenhop in the middle of the Reds order.
Wow. Pretty good fastball. He tried to pick apart that outside corner. Barely.
Votto's at first. Remember, Phillips almost ended it with that line drive that Hanley caught. That would have given the Reds the lead in the 8th. Both starters giving up 2 runs. Josh Johnson and Aaron Harang. Ground ball. Bonifacio. Ugla. Pops out of Cantu's glove.
You have to wonder if any of that had to do with that play and Jorge's wrist being a little sore as he tried to backhand that. Think about that. That wrist is sore. Another good pick. Feet are in good position. Another nice turn by Dan. And as he tries to backhand that, that's not easy. Ball gets off his glove.
And as Tommy pointed out, there's nobody left. So if you get an injury, you're going to have to find a pitcher that you can stick in a corner outfield spot.
And then you start thinking about the ones available. You don't want to use Chris Volstad. He's pitching tomorrow night. Ricky Nolasco would be a possibility.
You don't want, and you know, you're in a jam because you almost don't want to use a relief pitcher because you may need him.
You may need him. So that's why you start thinking about a starting pitcher.
Of course, if it's a relief pitcher and you put him in the game, you could always, and you got in the jam, you could still use him.
But he'd only get a few warm-up tosses. I think Freddie wanted to stay away from Kiko Calero tonight because he's been in a lot of games.
Phillips, always a threat to run.
Always have Cody Ross available.
Ground ball, Ugla out at second. Bert Badenhop with a nice job in the 13th. 2-2. And Hopper's leading off. Two game. That, I think, is the amazing Ameziga. And that is the rally sombrero with the Cinco de Mayo coming up. Now,
I'm trying to add on just in case.
Here's I've added. I'm in the margin now. So there's my 13th inning right there.
Yeah, I've got 12, 13, 14. I get 2 out of. I get maybe 16 out of this.
No.
I hope it doesn't go that way.
No. Oh, it's the Hopper leading off. And he hits a little tapper that Lincoln picks up. And so the Hopper is out number 1 here in the 13th. Ameziga comes up. Ameziga had a single back in the 11th, and remember, he got picked off first. A cardinal sin in extra innings.
Yeah, and it's amazing how you get in a game like this. Sometimes those little things come back and bite you.
Oh, 2.
In case you're wondering, Rich, the longest game in Marlins history, innings-wise, I remember it well. 20 innings in 2003 against the St. Louis Cardinals.
Ameziga left field. Dickerson.
And the amazing thing about that game,
it was a getaway day, I'll bet.
It was getaway day. And after that 6-hour-plus game, however long it was, we then got on a plane and flew to Phoenix, all the way to Arizona. I think Carl Pavano lost that game out of the bullpen. He had to come and pitch out of the bullpen.
Let's call the Fountain Blue and wake Regis up. Can you just imagine that conversation? What? The Marlins.
Yeah, asking how the Marlins did. Somebody tell them they're still playing.
Paulino's on deck. 1-1. Bonifacio up the middle. Whoa! A base hit, and Bonifacio a big turn.
We gotta love the way he takes that turn. How about the night he's had? That's his third hit, but he has hit the ball well every time up.
This is a near collision between Giannis and Phillips.
It's his 7th at bat. Look at that. That could have been disastrous. Well, he's got to go early. He's got to try to steal this bag early to give Ronnie Paulino a shot.
Paulino came in what was a big out in the 9th. With a couple runners aboard and 1 out, he got to face a lefty, Arthur Rhodes, and Rhodes struck him out.
It was Jared Burton who picked off a Mezigan, but Lincoln looks like he's pretty quick over there too.
Lincoln and Badenhop. Marlins had the bags loaded against Lincoln in the 12th. Bonifacio is running. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second. Out. 14th. Coming up. How we started the night, with a bang and a zoom and some more, even more great defense, and of course Regis was here and threw out the first pitch, and it seems like a week ago that he came to the booth. And here we are in the 14th.
Regis did a little play-by-play.
It was fun to see him here because he's been on the Marlins bandwagon the last couple of seasons. In the heart of New York, he has been touting the Marlins for the last 2 years. That noise that you hear is not Tommy's head hitting the counter as he nods off to sleep. That was the sign behind home plate, we have our microphone back there, and every now and then the sign gets stuck, and you hear that clicking noise.
Now, Burke Badenhop has had some outings where he's pitched a little bit. Remember last year he started 8 games, went 6 innings. That's his longest outing, and he was starting in the minor leagues before he was called up. So working right now in his 3rd inning.
Got Ramon Hernandez up there, Adam Rosales, and then Paul Janisch. And Hopper into his 3rd inning gets a strikeout to open up the 14th.
Yeah, the only blemish was an infield single by Paul Janisch. That's the only hit and 1 walk that Badenhop's allowed. So Hopper's done a nice job out there. Just needs to get some offense. Not a whole lot, just 1. Look at that card. Look at that scorecard.
One to Rosales, who is 1 for 5. Remember, there's a ground ball. Bonifacio picks it up. Do they have another cue for that? That's a quick out. And remember the idea to put the cues up for the quick outs? I think they're running out of cues.
Yeah, and after the bold cue, that's bullpen after that. So after the so the bullpen's done that. And we're also at a time where we can give you some ballpark fun facts.
That's the last
you
one.
Might be running out. Ballpark fun facts for the new Marlins ballpark. And the fact tonight is that 35,000 total linear feet of rails will be in the new ballpark. If they were laid in a straight line, that would be the equivalent of 12,500 baseball bats.
It's too late for I can't even wrap my mind around that.
Think about that.
No. No. I'm worried about the cues. I think they're out of cues, Tommy. The Marlins. Here's a 2-2. It's in the left field. The base hit.
How about Janisch with another hit? Remember, he came in to replace Alex Gonzalez. An oblique strain took Alex out of the game.
All right, now Dusty Baker is using his last position guy, Ryan Hannigan.
Yeah, he's his backup catcher.
So we're approaching the point here where if there's an injury or something happens, you're going to see a pitcher in this ball game in a position. And obviously you're going to see relief pitchers hitting from here on out. Daniel Ray Herrera. Hanley, how many line drives has he snared tonight? Let's go to the bottom of the 14th. 2-2 ball game. 7th inning stretch and the 14th inning stretch.
Well, when you go 14, you do another 7-inning stretch. So fans were able to stretch it out a couple of times.
Daniel Ray Herrera takes over for Mike Lincoln. And here in the 14th, it's Paulino, Hanley, and Cantu. You know, some of the nuances of a game like this as Herrera delivers. Paulino, remember, came in and pinch hit for Baker, but Ramon Hernandez has been behind home plate for every inning. And now that their backup catcher has come and gone, and Hannigan, he's kind of stuck back there. At least the Marlins have a fresh catcher. And Paulino faces a lefty, which has been good news so far this year.
Well, I'll say one thing. It didn't affect Ramon Hernandez when he threw out Bonifacio, though, in the 13th.
Yeah, you're right.
He jumped up, fired, made a perfect throw to second.
But Herrera has a little bit of everything. He threw what looked like a screwball and then a big sweeping breaking ball. Paulino thought it was ball 4.
You know, so many left-handers can continue to stay in this game. There's kind of a fade, a change-up that turns over, that have little funky motions. There's ball 4.
Now, here's a spot where you'd love to pinch run for Paulino, but you got nobody to do it because, number one, there aren't many pitchers that are that much faster than Paulino, but he's your catcher and you can't take him out of the game. So Paulino is at first, and here's Hanley.
How many times when it happens against you do you see that leadoff walk come back and haunt you? Well, the Marlins get the leadoff walk right here.
That's a good attempt at foreshadowing. Hanley ground ball, base hit left field. Paulino rumbles into second.
Third hit for Hanley tonight. And you had the feeling when he got back into some playing time in Chicago at Wrigley Field that it wouldn't take long before he'd get himself in a nice groove. And he looks like he's in that groove because he's had nice swings all night.
Well, here's Cantu. Cantu doubled in the 12th. But in the top of the 13th, Cantu, playing first base, had a catch and a tag play and looked like he aggravated that left wrist.
A couple of things to think about. You know, a lot of times you'd think sacrifice, and you might see it if his wrist is bothering. That might be a little tip-off. But if you do, then they could walk Uggla, and then all of a sudden it's up to Brett Carroll and Cody Ross again. And then you get back down to Badenhop. So if the wrist is okay, Cantu's going to be swinging. And there's that play where he had to put the tag, and he clearly was affected by it. But hopefully it's okay, and I'm thinking it is because he's swinging right here.
1-0. He may not have to swing if Herrera doesn't throw a strike. It's 2-0. Reds have gone deep in their pen just like the Marlins. Dusty Baker's out of position players. Chris Spire's not on the roster, though he could play a variety of spots. He was a great shortstop.
Good shortstop. Could play other infield spots.
17 RBIs last 10 days. Cantu. Play it first. Nicely done, Votto. And the relay skips away. Here comes Paulino. Rumbling, stumbling. Ball game. Can I get an amen?
Amen on that. Oh, and the ball was hit so hard by Jorge Cantu, but Votto was well off the line and almost got blocked out by Hanley, the runner. You take them any way you can get them when it gets to the 14th inning. And yes, that leadoff walk came back to haunt the Cincinnati Reds.
That's foreshadowing, partner. That is foreshadowing.
Here's the throw by Votto. The relay by Giannis, a hard slide. It's a good thing Hanley didn't see. Hanley may have been out of the line a little bit, but on the error, Paulino was able to come in and score. Look at the hand. Look at the left hand of Jorge Cantu. He's keeping it behind his back. He doesn't want it bent back anymore.
So the Marlins win it. Marlins Live, our pregame show for tomorrow night, is coming up in 14. 3-2 the final.